Chapter 1710. Ling Xiao, Ling Wudi, and the others hurried back to the Sky Dragon area. When they tore through the sky and entered from the 9 heavens, they saw that the outer area of the Dragon's Gaze mountain range was in a sorry state. There were deep pits that were riddled with holes, numerous dilapidated buildings, and a scene of ruin. This caused their expressions to change greatly. Damn it! Are we late? Ling Wudi was enraged. Ling Xiao was just as impatient. He didn't say a word and rushed down from the sky. Please don't let anything happen to you guys. Ling Xiao prayed inwardly. Kim people had his fellows and Dragon Gate had his close relatives, his parents, his women, his children. He was afraid that something bad would happen to them. If it was true, he didn't know what to do. Ling Xiao landed on the Heavenly Dragon Sect's territory. His divine sense immediately scanned the surrounding 5,000 li. He sensed some people who were still alive. They were gathered together in one place. Perhaps they were the Dragon Gate's disciples. However, they didn't have the aura he was familiar with. When Ling Xiao was about to go to the dragon-gazing mountain range, Ling Wudi also landed. This time, all the supreme incipient god realm experts had landed. The surviving Dragon Gate's disciples looked so frightened. They were afraid that another great enemy had come to attack them. At this moment, a supreme incipient god realm expert stormed out and screamed in fear. "Who are you?" "I'm Ling Xiao." "What happened?" Ling Xiao immediately went to greet him, hissing. That man looked at Ling Xiao and shivered. He said excitedly, Ling Xiao, the god of medicine, you're back." This man was called Li Feng. Dozens of years ago, he had just the half-incipient god realm cultivation base. Later on, when Ling Xiao had become the supreme incipient god realm expert, he had refined many supreme pellets for the Dragon Gate. He was lucky enough to get a supreme god pellet, so he was very grateful to Ling Xiao. Half a year ago, when the Fiend Tiger clan invaded, it was because his strength was low and he did not take part in the great battle. He only protected the juniors below, that allowed him to escape the calamity by sheer luck. Although Ling Xiao was the alchemy god of the Dragon Gate, his time in the Dragon Gate couldn't be considered long. Most of the time, he was out adventuring. Even when he returned to the gate, he rarely had dealings with others, so he wasn't familiar with Li Feng. "It's me. Did the Demon Tiger race do it? What happened to the people of the Medicine God Peak?" Ling Xiao asked as he grabbed Li Feng's shoulder. Ling Xiao was agitated and released his own aura, pressuring Li Feng to the point that he could barely breathe. "Ling Xiao." Ling Wudi's voice rang in Ling Xiao's ears. Only then did Ling Xiao realize that his own aura was overflowing. He quickly restrained it and waited for Li Feng's answer. "It's the Demon Tiger race. They're here, the eternal god. Many of our people died." Li Feng recovered his breath and said with incomparable sorrow. Before Li Feng could finish, Ling Xiao's face had already turned incomparably pale. At this moment, Ling Wudi shouted, "Who's there? Show yourself." Ling Xiao immediately turned around and spread out his divine telekinesis, but he didn't find any special aura. "Ancestor Wudi, what did you find?" Ling Xiao looked at Ling Wudi in surprise. Ling Wudi didn't speak. He just stared unblinkingly in front of him, his eyes flashing with intense golden light. He saw an ethereal figure walking in the air in front of him. He looked very young and his whole body exuded a domineering aura. However, when Ling Wudi's divine telekinesis swept over him, he couldn't sense his existence at all. "Who is this? I can't sense his aura." Ling Xiao's heart trembled. Ling Xiao's divine telekinesis was definitely much stronger than anyone else's, but he couldn't sense when this person appeared. He couldn't even sense the slightest fluctuation caused by his flight. It was really strange. If Ling Wudi hadn't seen the figure flying over, he wouldn't have known that the person was already so close to them. "Wudi, you're back," the person said very calmly. Wasn't this person Ling Taichu? Not long ago, he wanted to move all the Kim people to the Xianling continent, but in the end, he didn't do so. After all, the Golden Dragon race couldn't move with their entire race. The Wanglong mountain range suppressed their supreme dragon qi, which could gradually strengthen them. If the Kim people left, wouldn't that leave the Golden Dragon alone? That's why they continued to stay. In addition, there were many forces that wanted to form an alliance with the Red Alliance, so they had to deal with these forces properly and see if they could unite to fight against the Demon Tiger tribe. Currently, the ruins had not been reorganized, and most of the people had already moved to the depths of the Kim people's territory. Your Uncle Taichu? Ling Wudi looked at Ling Taichu with great surprise. He remembered that Ling Taichu was already a middle-aged man. He didn't expect that after so many years, he would return to his youthful appearance. However, this wasn't what surprised him. After all, there were some divine items in the world that could restore one's youthful appearance. What surprised him the most was that Ling Taichu's aura was so strong that even he couldn't sense it. It was as if his life force had been completely concealed. If he hadn't seen Ling Taichu's figure in front of him and suddenly appeared behind him, he wouldn't have sensed it at all. If Ling Taichu was an enemy, he would definitely be killed in an instant. Well, it's good that you came back at this time. Are these your friends behind you? Ling Taichu said calmly, then pointed at the people that Ling Wudi brought back. Yes, they are my allies. I received the summons from the tribe and immediately came back from the faraway north domain. Unfortunately, I was too late. How are my clansmen? Ling Wudi said with great self-blame. Thank you. Many of them died, but some are still alive. If I hadn't come back earlier, I'm afraid that they would have killed my clansmen. Now that you've come back, I'm worried about how to deal with them. Ling Taichu said. He paused for a moment and then added, let's go back to the tribe first and talk about it. All right, I'll kill the Demon Tiger tribe. Ling Wudi clenched his fists and shouted angrily. At this time, a few supreme masters of the Kim people flew out. They were also alarmed by the aura of Ling Xiao and Ling Wudi. Wudi Xiao, why did you come back together? Ling Taimeng shouted in surprise. That's great. Ancestor Wudi and Xiao, with your return, we, the Kim people, can take revenge on the Demon Tiger tribe. Ling Bo said softly. Ever since the calamity befell the Jin clan, every one of them had been living in grief and indignation. Now that they saw the return of their powerful clansmen, they finally felt a little happy in their hearts. Ancestor Tai Meng, Patriarch. Ling Xiao stepped forward and bowed in greeting. Then he asked impatiently, how are the people on Herb Peak? Ling Xiao was most eager to know the news of his close relatives. Little Xiao, you don't have to worry. They are all fine. Ling Bo hurriedly replied. Ling Xiao could finally heave a sigh of relief. If anything happened to them, he was afraid that he would really go crazy. Come, Xiao, this is Ancestor Tai Chu, come and greet him. Ling Bo took Ling Xiao's hand and introduced Ling Xiao to Ling Taimu. Ling Xiao immediately bowed and said, Greetings, Ancestor Tai Chu. He really didn't expect that this unfathomable person in front of him was one of the ancestors of the Kim people. And from his tone, it was obvious that he was an existence that could fight against the eternal god of the Demon Tiger tribe. One could imagine the extent of this ancestor's strength. You are Ling Xiao, very good, very good. Ling Taimu's eyes fell on Ling Xiao and said with some satisfaction. Among all the juniors in the tribe, only Ling Xiao in front of him could be compared to him. The others weren't good enough. Moreover, he had heard Ling Taimeng and Ling Bo talk about Ling Xiao many times. A supreme incipient god realm expert who wasn't even 300 years old was a peerless genius. Thank you, Ancestor, for your compliment. Ling Xiao said humbly. They didn't continue to talk but returned to the tribe's land. On the way, Ling Xiao listened to Ling Bo talk about the events that had happened half a year ago. He knew that Lao Dongxing, Ling Fei, and many other supreme incipient god realm experts had fallen. They were all killed by the eternal god of the Demon Tiger tribe. Today, less than 1/5 of the Dragon Gate had survived. 2/3 of the supreme experts of the Kim people had fallen. It was lucky that the juniors didn't join the battle. They didn't die in that battle. Ling Xiao was enraged. He couldn't believe that Lao Dongxing, a warrior on the legendary list, was killed. His brother Ling Fei was also killed. Ling Xiao wanted to shout but someone else cursed before him, damn it! Old Luo is dead. How could he leave before me? Damn the Demon Tiger tribe. I can't live under the same sky with them. The angry one was Lei Wanjun. He and Luo Dongxing had been friends for many years. They had fought their way to the legendary list. They had protected the Dragon Gate together. However, his fellow apprentice brother had actually died. This caused him to be extremely sorrowful. Qin Ming comforted him, "Brother, don't be sad. I will take revenge with you." Sigh, the eternal God is so terrifying. He can kill all of us by himself. What can we do to resist him? Lei Wanjun sighed dispiritedly. "Don't worry. My big brother can deal with him," Ling Taimeng said. He paused for a while and then added, "My big brother came back and forced him to retreat. If he hadn't run away fast, my big brother would have killed him." "What?" Lei Wanjun, Qing Ming, and the others stared at Ling Taichu in shock. "Uncle Taimu, you're still ahead of me." Ling Wudi forced a smile. He had been chasing after the Eternal Realm, but he couldn't get it. Now, hearing that his uncle had reached the Eternal Realm before him, he felt proud for his uncle and mocked himself. "Oh right, where's the old man? How is he?" Ling Wudi paused for a while and then asked about his grandfather. He was anxious. Chapter 1711. Ling Wudi and his grandfather quarreled and left Qinyu Realm, and had not returned since then. But he couldn't deny the existence of his grandfather's shadow in his heart. For so many years, he had been wondering whether he should return to see his grandfather or not. But he was stubborn like an ox, so he only came back today. He blamed himself, but he was also afraid that something bad had happened to his grandfather. Uncle is still alive, but his situation is not good. Ling Taichu replied. "Is he hurt?" Ling Wudi clenched his fists and asked while suppressing his emotions. Although they didn't get along, it didn't stop him from caring for his grandfather. "Let someone else tell you about this. I just heard it from them. I haven't found the time to figure it out." Ling Taichu replied. At this time, Ling Taiming spoke from the side. "Xiao Air knows this the best. Xiao Air, tell Wudi about your Uncle Hongyu's situation." Ling Xiao didn't expect Ling Wudi to be Ling Hongyu's grandson, so he told Ling Wudi everything he knew. After listening, Ling Wudi's expression relaxed a little, but he scolded, "This old-fashioned old man, he really makes people speechless. He sacrificed himself to protect the ancestral land. How could he think of such a thing?" "Uncle's realm isn't something we can understand," Ling Taichu replied. "Uncle's realm isn't something you and I can understand," Ling Taichu replied. Then he continued, "Right now we have two things to do. One is to destroy the Demon Tiger tribe, and the other is to save Uncle. As the Demon Tiger tribe is eyeing us like a tiger watching its prey, I can't leave this place. I'll leave saving Uncle to you, Wudi. Perhaps you can persuade Uncle not to be stubborn. The ancient continent has lost its balance. Even I can't fix it. As an eternal god, Ling Taichu could use his blood to resurrect people and destroy all living things, but he didn't have the power to create things. He knew that the eternal realm that people understood was different from him. People thought too perfectly. The real eternal god could only make some things truly immortal. In terms of realm, he could turn the power of space into decay. Moreover, he was an eternal god with the metal element. He had the invincible power, which was different from the other eternal gods. Only the wood element eternal god would possess a trace of creation divine energy. Therefore, even the eternal god could not revive an ancient continent that was on the verge of destruction. At most, he could only prolong its destruction. If the old man had listened to me, I would have brought all my clansmen to Supreme Jin's space. Ling Wudi said angrily. Supreme Jin's space? Everyone was slightly stunned. A spatial land dominated by the power of metal is now under my control. Ling Wudi explained. Then he added, if Qianyu is destroyed, we should move all our people there. Demon Tiger Clan, Winged Clan, Thunder Clan, all of them have their own void lands. I didn't expect Wudi to occupy a void land. This is great. Ling Taiming praised. The other Kim people were also very excited. A pure attribute space is not bad, but it cannot be used as a permanent resting place. Ling Taichu said. Why is that? Ling Wudi asked in confusion. Then he added, a void land with the metal element is the best place for our clansmen to cultivate. As long as we develop there for 10,000 years, We will not be any worse than the other ancient clans. As the saying goes, solitary yin is not yang, solitary yang is not yin. Everything in the world and the 5 elements reinforce and subdue each other. There must be a law among them. If we only use one void land as a place to cultivate, although it can make our disciples grow stronger faster, it will cause some unknown harm to our clan. However, this void land can be used as a special place for cultivation. Ling Taichu said, as the eternal God, he had the most say in many things. Naturally, his words were the most convincing. However, Ling Wudi was more or less unconvinced, but he did not say anything. When everyone returned to the territory of Kim people, Ling Xiao could not wait to find his closest relatives. He came to the residence of his clan. There were many exquisite small wooden houses built nearby. In front of the small wooden house, there was a group of beautiful women chatting. When Ling Xiao saw them, he felt warmth in his heart. A familiar feeling lingered in his heart. Bai Yushi was the first to see Ling Xiao. She immediately exclaimed, Young master is back. Her exclamation immediately attracted the other women to look in Ling Xiao's direction. They could not hide the smile on their delicate faces. Among them, Ji Beixin could not help but throw herself at Ling Xiao. She cried, Husband, you are finally back. I thought I would never see you again. She was born weak. After experiencing that dangerous life and death situation, she missed Ling Xiao very much. She was afraid that she would never see Ling Xiao again. The other women wanted to throw themselves into Ling Xiao's arms, but at this moment, they did not dare to do so. However, the tears in their eyes had already explained everything. Ling Xiao patted Ji Beixin's shoulder lightly and said, All right, everything is over. Don't cry. Otherwise, it won't look good on you. Are you looking down on me? But even if you despise me, I won't leave you. Ji Beixin said emotionally. Ling Xiao lightly scratched the bridge of her nose and said, What are you saying? Ling Xiao held her hand and walked in front of the other girls, hugging them one by one. A few more people walked out of the wooden house. When they saw Ling Xiao again, they all had an unprecedented look of excitement. After facing the scene of life and death, people's minds had imperceptibly changed. Moreover, too many people had died. Ji Beixin's grandfather, Ji Tu, had died, and Yao Qingmin's master, Li Shui, had also died. It was also because of these factors that they were very worried that they would not be able to see Ling Xiao again. Seeing that they were all fine, Ling Xiao's heart was finally relieved. However, when he heard that his son, Ling Yu, had almost died, Ling Xiao immediately became furious. How hateful! If I don't take the Devil Tiger clan's nest twice, I will definitely massacre the Devil Tiger clan in the future and take revenge for the dead. Ling Xiao swore. Husband, don't be impulsive. The Devil Tiger clan has the eternal God, and only the Tai Chu ancestor can defeat him. You must not be impulsive. Feng Xianyun immediately advised. That's right. That day, hundreds of elders attacked him at the same time, but they were unable to defeat him. He even killed most of them. He is simply the reincarnation of a devil, too terrifying. Kai Xiaoyu said with lingering fear. Yun Mingqi also opened her mouth and said, Yes, the eternal realm is beyond imagination. He can turn into a devil's soul black hole to devour and kill everyone. It's almost like he has reached another form of God. It's truly difficult to match him. The other women also spoke up. When they thought of the terror of the eternal God, they all had a feeling that they didn't want to face him again. Don't worry, I won't act impulsively. I've already fought with him. His strength is indeed beyond my expectations. Ling Xiao comforted them. What, you've met him? But how did you? Didn't he recognize you? Wei Dai exclaimed. The others also revealed incomparable astonishment. They couldn't help but think, could it be that husband has also reached the eternal realm? When I attacked the demonic tiger space, I fought with her doppelganger. I'm afraid that doppelganger didn't even use 1/10 of her power, so she was lucky enough to escape. Ling Xiao replied. So that's how it is. Fortunately, young master is fine. Bai Yushi patted her bulging chest and said in relief. Don't worry. Fraud once said that I'm an undying cockroach. No, I'm an undying true dragon life providence. Even if he's an eternal god, he can forget about taking my life, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Yeah, military counselor is always accurate. His speculations are rarely wrong. What he said is absolutely reasonable. Feng Xianyun replied. All right, you guys don't need to worry. I'm going to see my teacher and the others. Ling Xiao said and then walked to the place where the evil emperor, mad monk and the others were. When Ling Xiao saw them again, he couldn't help but sigh. Ling Xiao had met the people he needed to meet. There were also some people he wanted to meet but couldn't. It made him feel heavy. He used to think that his god soul clone was strong enough to reach the peak of small realm. With the 70 times fighting power of the ancient emperor's divine technique, he could look down on all the supreme experts. But today, the eternal god had appeared. Moreover, he was their enemy. It made him feel that his current realm was far from enough. When Ling Xiao arrived at the meeting hall of the tribe, he saw around 10 people in the hall. They were the last incipient god realm experts of his tribe. It made him feel suffocated. Now that everyone is here, we can discuss our next move. As the chief, Ling Bo was the first one to speak. Pausing for a while, he continued, according to Tai Chu forefather, he will personally go to the Heaven Tiger area to kill the warriors of the Demon Tiger tribe to take revenge for our fellows. What if the forefather leaves and the eternal god comes to attack us? Someone asked worriedly. I will set up a great formation here and ask Dragon King to stay to protect the tribe. Once something happens, I will come back immediately, Ling Taichu said in a low voice. It's not appropriate. Forefather, you should ask Dragon King to stay. I'm afraid that you can't kill him in a short time. You shouldn't worry about us. You should take Dragon King to destroy the Demon Tiger tribe to take revenge for our dead fellows. Ling Chun said indignantly. On the day of the great battle, he was traveling and had dodged a calamity. Today, he had reached the middle level of the great realm. Ling Fei was his blood brother. Unfortunately, he was killed. It was a big blow to him. You're right. Forefather, you shouldn't worry about us. Just kill more warriors of the Demon Tiger tribe. We will be happy. Yeah, why don't you take us with you? We will risk our lives to fight them. The Heaven Source area has fallen for 1.5 years. Perhaps the eternal god is there. The other warriors of the Kim people expressed their opinions. However, when Ling Xiao heard the last sentence, he was petrified. Chapter 1712. Tianyuan region had fallen. Ling Xiao had just heard this news. He didn't expect the demonic tiger clan to attack the Tianyuan region first. The reason why he reacted like this was because his woman, Yan Dai Jiao, was in the medicine guild of the Tianyuan region. Elder Lian, you just said that the Tianyuan region has fallen. Is this true? Ling Xiao asked with some excitement. Yeah, the demonic tiger clan wants to unify the heavenly domain, so they first made a move on the Alchemy Alliance. Now, the Alchemy Alliance is under their control. Moreover, many forces in the Tianyuan region have been massacred and occupied by the demonic tiger clan. It's a pity for those alchemy gods. Ling Xiao clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked, and his eyes burst into flames. Brother Xiao, don't be impulsive. According to the news, the demonic tiger clan didn't kill the divine alchemists. They just imprisoned them and forced them to refine pills. Ling Chun comforted. He knew that Ling Xiao was the deputy leader of the medicine guild. He was afraid that Ling Xiao couldn't help but go to the Tianyuan region. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and replied, Well, don't worry, I won't be impulsive. Although that was what he said, he had another thought in his mind. His woman fell into the hands of the enemy. This had a great impact on him. Although he was a romantic, he was very strict with his women. He didn't want any of them to be in danger. Now that the medicine guild had fallen into the hands of the demonic tiger clan, he couldn't help but worry. Before that, I'll go see the old man. If he can come back, he will be a great help to us. Ling Wudi said. He knew his grandfather's strength. Everything he had was taught by his grandfather. If he could bring his grandfather back, it would be very good news for the Kim people. Now that the enemy is here, I believe uncle will understand and be willing to return to the clan. Ling Taimeng replied. Well, didn't he want to keep the ancestral land safe? Let me do it. I can delay the destruction of the ancestral land for 10,000 years. Ling Taichu also agreed. Every member of the Jin clan revealed a look of excitement. Ling Hongyu had an unparalleled position in the hearts of the Kim people. If he could return, it would indeed be very exciting. Ling Xiao showed a hesitant expression, but in the end he didn't say anything. He wanted to spread the news that he had the Dark Class Genesis Stone. Now that he thought about it, it was better not to say anything. Everyone present definitely hoped that Ling Hongyu would escape and return right now. If he were to bring up this matter, it would be hard for them to make a decision. Ling Zhao's mind was in a mess. He wanted to go to the Tianyuan domain immediately to save the others, but he also wanted to return to the Xianling continent with the others to save the others. When the meeting was over, Ling Xiao went back to his room in a daze. At this time, Feng Xianyun came up to him and asked, "Husband, is there something on your mind?" "Nothing." Ling Xiao didn't want to make her worry, so he shook his head and said, "Don't flatter me. We are an old man with a wife. Whatever is on your mind, it is written clearly on your face." Feng Xianyun approached Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao sighed, "Now that the heaven domain is in chaos, I want to bring you back to the Xianling continent temporarily. You are afraid that something will happen to us, right?" Feng Xianyun asked. "Yes, although the Taichu ancestor has reached the eternal realm, the demonic tiger clan is too powerful. Once a war breaks out, I am afraid that I won't be able to take care of you." Ling Xiao expressed his worry. Yan Dai Jiao was already in trouble. He really didn't want anything to happen to the others. He wanted to send them back to the Xianling continent first and wait until the heaven domain was stabilized. In any case, nothing would happen to the Xianling continent in a short period of time. This was the decision that Ling Xiao made after thinking for a long time. "You are the head of the family, whatever you say, we will do," Feng Xianyun said very considerately. "Yes, go and bring everyone here, I will talk to them about this," Ling Xiao replied. Now that Yan Dai Jiao had been held captive by the demonic tiger clan for a year and a half, he had to deal with all his worries before he could go to the Tianyuan territory to save her. Ling Xiao proposed to the ladies that they should return to the Xianling continent. Basically, the ladies had no objections except for Yun Mingqi, who wanted to stay and fight side by side with Ling Xiao. She had the pinnacle black tortoise to rely on. She had the ability to protect herself and kill the enemy. When Ling Xiao heard that Yun Mingqi had the black tortoise, he was surprised and happy for her at the same time. Legend has it that there were 9 great divine beasts, and now they actually had 3 of them. This was an advantage that no one else could compare with. If Xia Xuanxuan's vermilion bird was included, they had a total of 4 divine beasts. If others were to find out about this, they would probably be envious to the point of death. Ling Xiao did not reject Yun Mingqi's request. This kind of defensive pinnacle supreme being was enough to make Yun Mingqi invincible. Other than the eternal god, no one could hurt her. After talking with the ladies for a while, Ling Xiao flew in another direction of the mountain range. In this mountain range, the Monkey King and Ape King were guarding it. These were powerful existences that had reached the 11th rank and above, and ordinary people could not get close easily. When Ling Xiao arrived, the Monkey King and Ape King immediately cast a vigilant look at him. In the mountain range, a figure rushed out. He was undoubtedly Yuan Zhantian. "You're back." Yuan Zhantian looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "I am back." Then he added, "Congratulations, brother Yuan, for improving your strength." Yuan Zhantian was indeed worthy of being an opponent worthy of his attention. After so many years, Yuan Zhantian had already reached the mid-level supreme being. This kind of advancement speed was indeed incomparable to ordinary people. Ling Xiao knew that once Yuan Zhantian improved, his name would definitely appear on the sovereign list. Yuan Zhantian was a demon born to fight. "I still can't catch up to you," Yuan Zhantian said with some dissatisfaction. While he was becoming stronger, Ling Xiao had also reached another level, making Yuan Zhantian feel that he could not catch up to him. Then Yuan Zhantian asked, "What about him? Did he not come back with you?" "You mean Brother Wu?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked back. Yuan Zhantian nodded his head lightly and said, I can't catch up to you for now, but I can definitely fight him to determine the winner. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly and said, You are still the same, but I don't know if Brother Wu is dead or alive. After that, Ling Xiao took out 2 jars of liquor and tossed one to Yuan Zhantian. As they drank, they began to talk about Wu Bufan. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to fight him. Ling Xiao sighed. There will be a chance. He is definitely not a short-lived person. Yuan Zhantian did not have a good impression of Wu Bufan, so his words were more blunt. Ling Xiao smiled and did not continue the topic. Instead, he changed the topic. I plan to bring my people back to the Xianling continent first. What are your plans? I just want to fight and hone myself. I want to reach your level as soon as possible and fight you again. Yuan Zhantian was very straightforward. The eternal God is not someone we can go against. We might die. Ling Xiao sighed. The only way is to fight against death. Yuan Zhantian replied. His words undoubtedly showed his determination to stay and fight alongside Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew Yuan Zhantian's temperament, so he did not say anything more. In the future, when the absolute beginning ancestor dealt with evil Jiang of the demon tiger tribe, he would still need other helpers to kill the demon tiger tribe. It would be good for Yuan Zhantian to stay and help him. After chatting with Yuan Zhantian for half a day, Ling Xiao left. Now that the tribe had not gone to the Xianling continent yet, he still had some spare time, so he went to the Soul Tribe's land. Now, the Soul Tribe was gradually recovering. Originally, they were weak. Now, they were no less than the average martial artists in the Heaven region. After all, they were from the ancient race. Their soul power was much stronger than others. This was also the reason why they could improve faster than ordinary people. Any martial artist with a strong soul power would be very beneficial to their cultivation. The Soul Tribe's land was the Dark Shadow Tribe's land. The mountains here were green, the water was clear, and the spiritual qi was abundant. Occasionally, spirit beasts would fly and roar. It was a rare cultivation land. Many members of the Soul Tribe were cultivating diligently here. Their minds were focused. None of them relaxed. This place was protected by a defensive restriction. If Ling Zhao's divine sense wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have discovered the situation inside the Soul Tribe's land. Who is it? A cold voice rang out in alarm. A figure quickly appeared not far from Ling Xiao. It's me. Don't be nervous. Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Big brother. That person cried out involuntarily when he saw Ling Xiao. This person was Hunmia, whom Ling Xiao had met in the outer realms. Ling Xiao had arranged for him to protect the other members of the Soul Tribe while they cultivated. Hunmia had always regretted his past mistakes. Naturally, he didn't have any objections to Ling Xiao's arrangements. He immediately returned and taught everything he knew to his clansmen. He also took out many divine items to help them grow faster. Now, the Soul Tribe had produced clansmen with God King's strength. Don't call me big brother. It doesn't feel good. Ling Xiao said unnaturally. He wasn't even sure if he was the reincarnation of Hun Feng. He was still young, but an old ghost who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years called him big brother. It was really stressful. No, you are my big brother's reincarnation. Otherwise, how could you get the approval of my big brother's divine life weapon? Hunmia said persistently. He paused for a while and then said, Big brother, have you heard about the eternal God? Your dragon gate has already... Ling Xiao nodded and said, I already know about this. I just came from the Heavenly Dragon sect. Then he added, that's why I'm here. Let's go down and talk. Alright, you're here. Let those bastards believe that I'm their ancestor. Although they obey my teachings, they only believe in you. Hunmia replied. Chapter 1713. Ancestor has returned. That's great. Everyone, quickly pay your respects to Ancestor. It's really Ancestor. I haven't seen any news of him for so many years. I thought he had abandoned us. Ancestor must have returned to ensure the safety of our clan. He's so good to us. Isn't that so? If not for Ancestor, how could our soul clan be here today? When Ling Xiao returned to the Hun clan, all the males of the Han clan knelt on the ground and worshipped him. Their gazes towards Ling Xiao were filled with sincerity. Did you see that? They are sincerely convinced by you, Han Extinguisher said with some envy. Ling Xiao said, as long as you wholeheartedly develop the clan, they will always respect you in the future. Don't worry. As long as these old bones of mine don't die, I will dedicate my entire life to the clan to atone for my sins, Han Extinguisher said solemnly. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. He landed with Han Extinguisher and let all the Soul Clan members stand up. Then he greeted them one by one. When Ling Xiao saw them, he had the same feeling as when he saw Kim people. They were all incomparably cordial from the bottom of his heart. Master. Yun Tian knelt down in front of Ling Xiao with an incomparably excited expression and greeted him. Ling Xiao gently stroked Yun Tian's snow-white hair and pulled him up. Very good. You must have worked very hard all these years. You've actually reached the God King realm. Yun Tian was one of Ling Xiao's only 2 great disciples. He had actually achieved the true strength of a God King. This cultivation speed wasn't any worse than a real divine physique. Thank you for your praise, Master. Yun Tian replied with a faint smile. He usually treated people incomparably coldly. Only in front of Ling Xiao would he reveal a bit of a smile. Han Extinguisher couldn't help but sigh. It seems like this kid is very respectful to you, big brother. This is the first time I've seen him smile. Ling Xiao couldn't explain to Han Extinguisher about the tragic past that Yun Tian had encountered. He changed the topic and introduced Han Extinguisher to the other Soul Clan members, telling them that Han Extinguisher was also one of their ancestors. Only then did Han Mie truly obtain the recognition of the soul race. His old eyes became a bit misty. In the past, he had spread the wrong information, causing their soul race to almost be exterminated. Now, his greatest wish was to gain the recognition of his clansmen once again. Even if these clansmen were his juniors, it would still make him feel better. Ling Xiao arrived at the soul race's meeting hall and summoned some of the higher-ranking members of the race for a gathering. This time, he mainly came to listen to the current situation of the soul race and to warn them not to expose their identity as members of the soul race. The Devil Tiger race was powerful, and they once had an old grudge with the soul race. If they knew that there were still clansmen of the soul race alive, they would definitely think of ways to exterminate the people of the soul race. Ling Xiao didn't stay long at the soul race before leaving. He did not plan to bring them away. After all, it was impossible for the Devil Tiger race to slaughter everyone in the Heaven region. As long as they did not expose their identities, they would be safe. Ling Xiao wanted to go to the Blazing Flame merchants, but time was tight, so he gave it up. He believed that the Blazing Flame merchants would know how to deal with this crisis. He flew all the way to the Thousand Demon Mountain range at his fastest speed. This time, Ling Xiao needed the ghost's help to deal with the great enemy. The ghost didn't have any attributes, but the soul power was its innate talent. Ordinary warriors couldn't resist it. It was the best way to use it to kill the other incipient God Realm experts. The ghost felt Ling Xiao's call. It immediately flew out of the ghost mountain. It was like a divine horse, galloping in the sky. Its ethereal realm scales sparkled, and its eyes were intimidating. Wisps of soul power twirled on its horn that ordinary people couldn't sense. Hey boss, why are you here? The ghost screamed excitedly. I came to see if you succeeded or not. It seems like you've become a real king. Ling Xiao caressed the ghost's horn. The ghost's horn was the most sensitive part. Not everyone could touch it. Ling Xiao's actions showed how close he was to ghosts, and it was definitely not an ordinary relationship. Thanks to you, boss, you took me back to explore. That's how I broke through the boundary, replied the ghost. Really? Are you willing to go out and explore with me again? Ling Xiao asked. Boss, wherever you tell me to go, I'll go, answered the ghost straightforwardly. Very good, but this time we might die. Ling Xiao said again. There's nothing to be afraid of about death, replied the ghost. Ling Xiao was satisfied with the ghost. It still trusted him a lot. Ling Xiao rode on the ghost's back, flying to another area of the Thousand Demon Mountain range. That area was the territory of the tree monsters and the illusory monsters. These 2 kinds of monsters hadn't been exterminated. Of course, there were a few that escaped. Now that their king was dead, they had already scattered to other places to survive. There was a towering ancient tree here. Its green leaves were sparkling and translucent. Its roots were like coiled dragon whiskers. A strong aura of life assaulted their nostrils. This ancient tree looked greener than the other trees. An ordinary person would only think that it was an old tree that grew once every 10,000 years. No one would think that it was one of the 9 sacred trees, the Immortal sacred tree. When Ling Xiao and the ghost arrived in front of this tree, Ling Xiao immediately condensed a dragon claw and grabbed at this sacred tree. This dragon claw was so huge that it could crush dozens of mountains without a problem. This sacred tree seemed to tremble a little. Then, it automatically shrank. In the blink of an eye, it became much smaller. Finally, it turned into an old man whose whole body was covered in green. I say, young friend, you're bullying an old man like me. Lu Weng hurriedly dodged and cried out. Hee hee, I see that you're old but vigorous. Let's exchange some pointers. Ling Xiao withdrew his power and smiled. Who wants to exchange pointers with you? My old arms and legs still want to live a few more years. Lu Weng snapped. Ling Xiao was a little speechless. He thought to himself, the immortal sacred tree is afraid of death? Isn't this too unreasonable? Old Lu, you've been living well these past few years, right? Ling Xiao smiled at Lu Weng. Lu Weng looked at Ling Xiao's smile and couldn't help but feel a little scared. He had been with Ling Xiao for many years. He understood Ling Xiao all too well. This smile was the prelude to extortion. Lu Weng bowed, appearing very weak. He sighed. Alas, this old man gave you half of the immortal heart. That's half of my life. How can this little bit of time be enough for me to recover? At the very least, it'll take me tens of thousands of years to recover. Ling Xiao sighed. Tens of thousands of years is truly a long time. Then he added, I don't know if I can wait that long. I'm afraid this will be the last time I see old Lu. Lu Weng was surprised. Why do you say that, young friend? You might not know this, but our human race has produced an eternal god. He is a god whose strength surpasses all humans. He possesses the terrifying power to destroy everything. He is my enemy, and I'm afraid I won't be able to last a single move against him. Now that he wants to exterminate my people, I have no choice but to return to save them. So, after this meeting, I'm afraid it will be difficult to see him again. Ling Xiao revealed a bitter expression. Lu Weng asked, do humans with such strength really exist? Of course. He wants to unify all of the human territories, and none of us are his match. Facing him is certain death, but we have no choice but to face him. Ling Xiao replied, all right, seeing that you're safe and sound here, I'm relieved. I'll be returning to my clan with the ghost. Take care. With that, Ling Xiao rode on the ghost's back and prepared to leave. Lu Weng had gone through many trials and tribulations with Ling Xiao. Hearing that Ling Xiao's life was in danger and that it would be difficult for him to return in the future, he felt very uncomfortable. He immediately called out, young friend, we've known each other for many years, but if even you can't deal with a human, then there's nothing I can do. How about this? I'll give you some of the tree's sap and fruit. I hope they'll be of help to you at the last moment. With that, Lu Weng took out some of the sacred beasts on his body. There were 3 portions each of tree sap, fruit, and roots. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at Lu Weng with disdain in his heart. This old fellow is always so stingy. Old Lu, you should keep these for yourself. How can they save my life? Ling Xiao refused. Anyone could see that Ling Xiao was dissatisfied with the small amount. Lu Weng clenched his teeth and took out 2 portions each, saying, this is my limit. Otherwise, this old man will really die. Old Lu, I know it's not easy for you to cultivate, but this time, I'm facing the strongest expert of the human race. I'll die without a doubt, and my loved ones will all die. How many people can your tree sap, fruit, and roots save? After a pause, he continued, how about this? You give me 50 portions each. Only then will we be able to reflect our many years of friendship. Lu Weng's face instantly turned even greener. This was simply asking for his old life. However, when he thought about how Ling Xiao might really die and how his clansmen might not be in a good situation, he clenched his teeth and said, 10 portions each is my limit. Otherwise, this old man will have no other choice. 10 portions each is too little. Since you are so troubled, then 45 portions each will be fine. You know that I am a very reasonable person. Little friend, you are asking for this old man's life. At most, I will give you 15 portions, no more. The wood element here is very rich, it is the most suitable for you to cultivate. If I give you a few more portions, you will be able to make up for it in a few years. Why are you so stingy? You are disregarding our friendship. After Ling Xiao and Lu Weng haggled for a while, Lu Weng finally gave Ling Xiao 30 portions each of the immortal divine items. Ling Xiao quickly collected the immortal divine items and smiled, saying, "Many thanks, old Lu. If I don't die in the future, I will definitely find the wood element Genesis stone for you as repayment." Then, Ling Xiao urged the ghosts to quickly leave this place. Lu Weng was stunned for a moment, then he bitterly said, I was tricked by this little friend again. He is really too cunning." After Lu Weng saw Ling Xiao's figure disappear, he shook his head and sighed, saying, "The great calamity is coming. I hope that I will not give up and give little friend a chance to live again. Take care." Chapter 17:14. Ling Xiao left the Thousand Demon Mountain Range and rushed to the Heavenly Sparrow territory. He first went to the barbarian race, then to the Thousand Beast Mountain Range to find Xia Xianxian. Then he went to the Nirvana space with Xia Xianxian. Ling Xiao asked Xia Xianxian to summon the vermilion bird and asked it to summon the prodigal. Soon, Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon's Gaze Mountain Range from the Heavenly Sparrow territory. Ling Xiao and the others were about to go to the Xianling continent with Ling Wudi and the others. Unexpectedly, demonic clouds covered the sky above the Dragon's Gaze Mountain Range and a black hole spun rapidly, covering the land within 1,000,000 miles. Everyone was shocked. It's the eternal god of the Demon Tiger clan. He's here again. Oh my god. Is he really ignoring our Taichu ancestor? Damn it, I hope the old ancestor can kill him this time. That's right, kill that devil and bring peace to the heaven region. Avenge our dragon gate. Look, there are so many lightning bolts descending over there. They seem to contain chaotic energy and terrifying destructive power. What's going on? Why are there two different kinds of terrifying phenomena at the same time? Is there something wrong again? First, demonic clouds covered the sky and the black hole descended. Then, chaotic lightning bolts descended. It was as if the end of the world had come, causing everyone to panic. Suddenly, a terrifying dragon roar was heard from the Dragon's Gazing Mountain Range. A terrifying ancient dragon broke out of the ground and soared several million miles into the sky, directly charging towards the two strange phenomena. "How dare you, evil King Jiang!" Ling Taichu's voice sounded in shock. In an instant, a golden baleful aura filled the surroundings. Rays of golden baleful aura turned into billions of spear shadows. The dragon shadows rushed towards the demonic clouds, black hole, and chaotic lightning bolts. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying destructive power intertwined with each other, causing a terrifying tremor. The 9 heavens were pierced through, and countless aftershocks descended as if they were going to destroy the entire region. A golden barrier flowed around the Dragon's Gaze Mountain Range, blocking all the descending power. This was the defensive barrier that Ling Taichu had set up here earlier. Above the 9th heaven, the black hole in the demonic clouds converged, and the chaotic heavenly lightning gradually subsided. 2 figures appeared in front of them. One of them seemed to be shrouded in demonic clouds, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. An evil aura flickered incessantly, and beside him was a black demon tiger emperor, glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. The other person was a young man who was flying in the air. He held a primal chaos lightning spear in his hand and wore a primal chaos lightning robe. He was like a god of lightning that had descended from the heavens, carrying with him an aura that disdained the world. These were 2 eternal gods, Jiang Diwang and Lei Battleground. The 2 clans were originally mortal enemies, but now they had come together. It was truly unbelievable. In the land of the Kim people, everyone was worried. Ling Wudi, Ling Taimeng, and Ling Xiao gathered together. Ling Wudi's aura spread out, and 9 streams of dragon energy coiled around his body. He said in a low voice, "Is this the power of eternity? As expected, it can suppress everything." Ling Taimeng looked at Ling Wudi in surprise. He felt that this nephew of his could bring some pressure to him. The Demon Tiger clan's eternal god is here, but the other person came with him. Could it be that he is also an eternal god? If so, how can Big Brother resist? Ling Taimeng frowned and sighed. Ling Xiao said from the side, "With the help of the Dragon Emperor, Tai Chu ancestor should be able to handle it." Ling Xiao did not expect that the Demon Tiger clan's eternal god would bring help. He was also very worried. If his old ancestor could not resist, the Kim people would be annihilated. "I hope he can really resist, otherwise I can only fight to the death," Ling Xiao thought to himself. He had the Chaos World energy, and could barely resist the power of the Eternal God's avatar. But if he really fought with the Eternal God's avatar, it would be like throwing an egg against a stone. But at this point they no longer had a choice. "Ling Taichu, today is the day you die, ha?" Jiang Xiawang laughed at Ling Taichu. Ling Taichu's expression was incomparably calm. "I was able to force you back then, and today, I will kill you." Then he looked at Lei Zhanyang and said, "Who are you, and why do you want to meddle in the grudge between our 2 clans? The Demon Tiger clan is ambitious, and wants to destroy all the clans and unify the Heaven region. We should work together to deal with them." Hee, what a beautiful speech. But, in the future, the Heaven region will be supported by the Thunder clan and the Demon Tiger clan. If you know what's good for you, submit to us. Otherwise, the Kim people will be annihilated today. Lei Zhanyang sneered. "Thunder clan? Southern region Thunder clan? You want to take over the Heaven region?" Ling Taichu said in a low voice. "That's right. Since you know about the Thunder clan, then surrender. Considering that you and I are in the Eternal Realm, we can't bear to kill you," Lei Zhanyang said condescendingly. "If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. I, Ling Taichu, have never been afraid of anyone. If the 2 of you come at me together, I'll send you to heaven." Ling Taichu shouted angrily. Dragon Qi instantly rose from his body, and he seemed to have turned into a human-shaped dragon. His terrifying strength was raised to the extreme, and he locked onto Jiang Xiawang and Lei Zhanyang. He wanted to force the 2 of them out of the Heaven region. Otherwise, the entire Heavenly Dragon region, and even the entire Heaven region, would be destroyed by the aftermath of their battle. "I, Lei Zhanyang, alone is enough to deal with you." Lei Zhanyang's purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his lightning spear trembled. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky as he walked towards Ling Taichu. Countless bolts of primal chaos lightning descended, with every single one of them capable of annihilating any pinnacle sovereign realm sovereign. Ling Taichu turned into the Golden Fiend God, and thousands of Golden Fiend energy blocked the chaotic lightning bolts. The 2 of them were equal in strength, but the destructive power of the chaotic lightning bolts was stronger. From the beginning, the chaotic lightning bolts suppressed the Golden Fiend energy. "Brother Lei, kill Ling Taichu first. I will go and capture that Ling Xiao later. It was that brat who destroyed the friendship between our 2 clans. He even destroyed my clan's land twice. I will extract his soul and refine it for 49 days before letting him die." Jiang Xiawang sneered. He actually wanted to fly down to the Jin clan's territory. Jiang Xiawang laughed coldly. From his words, it was clear that he already knew the crux of the enmity between the Devil Tiger clan and the Thunder clan. In fact, the crux of the enmity had already been revealed a long time ago, but the enmity between the 2 clans was too deep. Even if they knew that they had been tricked, they could only bite the bullet and accept it. After all, the Devil Tiger clan's ancestral land was indeed destroyed by the Thunder clan, and the Devil Tiger clan had also killed many of the Thunder clan's people. It was not easy to resolve this enmity. If Lei Zhanyang had not personally come to the Heaven region not long ago, they would not have resolved the enmity and reached an agreement. Because both of them were in the Eternal Realm, unless it was a life and death battle, no one would know who was stronger. Therefore, Jianghu proposed to work together with the Thunder Clan to plunder the Heaven region. The 5 regions of the Heaven region were filled with outstanding people, and in every era, there would be many outstanding people. If the 2 clans were to occupy their respective territories, those outstanding people would also be under their control, and their clans would naturally become stronger. Moreover, they all had a common goal, and that was to take down Ling Xiao to vent their hatred. After all, Ling Xiao was the main culprit behind the enmity between the 2 clans. Just as Jianghu was about to rush down, Ling Taichu shouted, "Dragon Emperor, stop him!" That primordial giant tiger roared and charged towards Jianghu like a golden rainbow. There was a dragon pearl in its mouth, causing its strength to explode to 150 times its normal strength. A terrifying force rushed towards Jianghu and his black demon tiger emperor. This time, the primordial dragon was really angry. Previously, the Dragon King was afraid of losing his life, but this time, he definitely did not want to let go of the person in front of him and the black demon tiger emperor. Therefore, he used the power of the dragon pearl to attack. The dragons were the strongest fighting race in the world, and almost no human or beast at the same realm could be their opponent. Jianghu and the black demon tiger emperor didn't dare to fight the primordial dragon alone, as they were afraid that they would be defeated one by one. Jianghu thrust out his heaven-defying demon palm, and the black demon tiger emperor, who had suffered from the primordial dragon before, didn't dare to be careless. He spat out many energy balls to resist the primordial dragon's power. The battle overturned this part of the world. Some people who were flying in faraway regions instantly fell from the sky and died. Many people who were using the spatial formations exploded and died on the way. The land millions of miles below was hit by the terrifying shockwaves, and many ordinary martial artists died in vain. This was the battle between the Eternal Realm experts, and it was as terrible as a natural disaster that could destroy the world. Ling Taichu burst out his full power, and his power was dozens of times stronger than before, forcing Lei Zhanyang out of the Heaven territory. The primordial dragon emperor also forced Jianghu and the black demon tiger emperor to retreat to the outer space to fight. In the territory of Kim people, not a single incipient God realm expert had the guts to go out and watch the battle because they couldn't bear the shockwaves. If they went out, they would die in vain. The eternal war. I also want to reach this step as soon as possible. Ling Wudi faced the sky and shouted angrily. His entire body became incomparably radiant like an emperor descending to the world. With a golden dragon coiling around his body, he looked incomparably majestic. He wanted to go to outer space to watch the eternal war. Ling Taiming, Lei Wanjun, Qing Ming, and the others hurried to stop him. Wudi, the eternal war isn't something we can join. You should stay here and wait for your uncle Taichu to come back. He will preach to you if you can enter the eternal realm. Ling Taiming advised. Lei Wanjun also said, "Yeah, boss, you should be patient for now. With your current realm, I'm afraid it's not far from entering the eternal realm. Why do you need to take the risk to watch the battle? It's not worth it." Ling Wudi retrieved his aura unwillingly. Then he sighed, Eternal, it's not easy to reach that step." At this time, Ling Chen was startled. "Brother Xiao, what are you doing?" He saw Ling Xiao ride the Chaos Thunder Dragon and fly towards a direction with Yunmingqi. Chapter 17:15. As Ling Chen cried out in alarm, Ling Xiao and Yunmingqi had already flown far away on their primal chaos lightning dragons. Lei Wanjun was confused. Did that kid run away? Ling Chen immediately replied, "Brother Xiao is not that kind of person. All these years, he has contributed a lot to the clan and the Heavenly Dragon sect. He is not someone who is afraid of death." Ling Bo agreed, "That's right. In order to collect the Genesis stones, Xiao Air has been wandering the outer space for many years. He has collected 6 types of Genesis stones by himself. You can imagine how difficult it is. Now that the clan is in danger, he can't be running away. He must have his own plans." "That's right. I know a bit about Xiao Er's character. He once accompanied us to defeat the Devil Tiger tribe, and then he led the Thunder tribe to destroy the Devil Tiger tribe's ancestral land. He's very courageous, and definitely not someone who fears death. Ling Taimeng also stood up for Ling Xiao. Lei Wanjun was rendered speechless. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so popular among the Kim people. His suspicion was immediately refuted by others. Ling Wudi was also slightly surprised, but he quickly regained his composure. I never thought that 3 eternal gods would appear at the same time. This is simply unbelievable. Could it be that the world has changed? Ling Taimeng sighed, then said, Uncle Taichu is fighting against 2 enemies at the same time. The situation is not optimistic. We must prepare to leave. Any preparations now would be futile. Big Brother controls our clan's golden dragon altar. With his strength, even if he can't win against 2 enemies, I believe he won't lose. Ling Taimeng frowned. Outside the realm, the 3 eternal gods and the 2 beast emperors had already reduced large swathes of space to dust. There were the demon cloud black hole space, the chaotic heavenly lightning space, and the golden fiend space. Each of them was the most terrifying spatial power in the world. They completely filled the surrounding millions of miles. They crisscrossed endlessly, and all kinds of destructive power were like doomsday natural disasters. Anything that got close would be destroyed. When Ling Taichu and Lei Zhanyang fought, he was initially suppressed by Lei Zhanyang's primal chaos heavenly lightning space. However, Ling Taichu was a member of the Kim people after all. After he increased all his power, his golden fiend space became even more terrifying than Lei Zhanyang's chaotic heavenly lightning space. The chaotic heavenly thunder's advantage lay in its destructive power, while the fiendish gold's power was slightly inferior. However, its advantage lay in its massive spatial power. Ling Taichu's golden fiend space transformed into thousands upon thousands of golden dragons. The golden spear blocked the chaos heavenly lightning, and many more blasted towards the lightning battlefield. Thunderous Battle's purple hair danced in the air as he swung the chaos lightning spear in his hand. Each golden dragon and golden spear shadow was destroyed by him. His expression was calm, a disdainful smile hung on his face, as if he did not place Ling Taichu in his eyes. The Kim people can actually increase their combat power, and even their spatial power has increased. However, it's still not enough. Thunderous Battle sneered. The chaotic heavenly lightning converged, and he turned into a human-shaped lightning bolt that shot towards Ling Taichu. The golden fiend space was torn apart by this thick and solid lightning bolt. Thunderous Battle was planning to fight Ling Taichu head-on. It was time to decide the victor. Ling Taichu's dragon eyes were oppressive. He waved his golden spear like a dragon and charged towards Thunderous Battle. He roared, "The heavenly lightning is known as the power of righteousness, but you actually allied with the demon tiger tribe. You are a disgrace to this power that punishes evil. Today, I will punish you on behalf of the heavens." The power of the 2 eternal gods intersected, and a series of terrifying explosions rang out. In an instant, they exchanged hundreds of blows, and each blow was with their full strength, aimed at their respective vitals. The 2 of them were evenly matched, and it was almost impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. On the other side, the primordial dragon swallowed the dragon pearl, and its combat power was incomparably terrifying. Many of the black holes in the demonic clouds were destroyed by its dragon body, and the black corrosive power did not cause any damage to it. The black demon tiger emperor, who was waiting for an opportunity, used its powerful body to collide with the primordial dragon from time to time, but its bloodline power was still lacking. Although it had reached the primordial level, it was still no match for the primordial dragon at the same level. The primordial dragon was still able to deal with 2 enemies at once, but it could not kill the man and beast in a short period of time. True dragon divine beasts are indeed difficult to deal with. Wait until I break your body and corrode you into pieces. Jiang Xiawang roared, and in an instant, several giant palms shot towards the primordial dragon. This was just a tactic to distract the enemy. His real body had already closed in on the primordial dragon. 2 black divine blades materialized in his hands, and they stabbed towards the primordial dragon's neck. The black divine blades were like fangs, and they were filled with a bloodthirsty aura. As it was created by the eternal God, It had already surpassed the scope of any ancient god weapon. It was enough to kill the toughest object in this world. However, when the pair of divine blades touched the primordial dragon's neck, they produced a clear clanging sound. Surprisingly, the pair of black divine blades couldn't pierce through the dragon's scales and pierce the dragon's neck. The primordial dragon was enraged. It roared, and the terrifying dragon roar shook Jianghu away. The dragon's head twisted towards him, and it was about to swallow him alive. The Black Demon Tiger Emperor and Jianghu had a tacit understanding. When Jianghu was in danger, the tiger immediately attacked the primordial dragon, giving Jianghu time to retreat. However, Jianghu didn't retreat. Instead, many corrosive powers wrapped around the primordial dragon. The three of them and the two beasts had fought so many times in this outer space. They had shattered a lot of spaces. Mysterious and unknown space slits continually appeared. If a supreme expert or an incipient god realm expert got into those slits, he wouldn't be able to survive. After a long battle, Ling Taichu had no choice but to take out the golden dragon altar. This divine weapon had condensed the aura of the Kim people for millions of years. After Ling Taichu had poured the eternal god blood into it, it had become a real eternal divine weapon. It stood on top of Lei Zhanyang and Jianghu divine weapons. Its power was so terrifying that it made Lei Zhanyang vomit blood. His chaos battle suit was torn apart by the attack. Lei Zhanyang retreated continuously. He said in fright, "How could you have such a divine weapon? Did you find an eternal material? That's impossible." Lei Zhanyang and Ling Taichu were fighting so hard that they couldn't separate from each other. Now that Ling Taichu had wounded him, he panicked. "You don't need to know too much. Today, you will die together with Jianghu. This world doesn't need too many eternal gods." Ling Taichu snorted coldly after his first attack. He controlled the golden dragon altar to attack again. The golden dragon altar turned into tens of thousands of primordial dragons. Each of them contained terrifying power. They bombarded the Thunder Battleground. Thunder Battleground's chaos heavenly lightning couldn't stop these primordial dragons that were filled with intelligence. They were like tens of thousands of dragons coming out of their nests. Their power was enough to destroy many spaces. The Thunder Battleground had a feeling that it was hard to resist them. "Boundless lightning!" Lei Zhanyang shouted in fear. He turned into a thunder god. Chaos heavenly lightning rained down from the sky and bombarded the primordial dragons in front of him. But many of these primordial dragons still managed to break through the chaos heavenly lightning. They roared and charged at him. He tried to block them, but he was still forced to retreat. Suddenly, the golden dragon altar came crashing down on him. The golden dragon altar seemed to have turned into a real primordial dragon. It had a terrifying body that was tens of thousands of meters long. It came crashing down with terrifying power that could destroy the power of dozens of stars. Lei Zhanyang was shocked. He raised his chaos lightning spear, but he couldn't knock the golden dragon altar away. Instead, his chaos lightning spear was broken, and he was forced to retreat again while vomiting blood. However, these injuries were nothing to him at all. At his level, as long as he had a drop of blood, he could regenerate. He was almost indestructible. But if this continued, he would be defeated by Ling Taichu sooner or later. But he didn't know that Ling Taichu used up a lot of energy to activate the golden dragon altar. Every attack contained a lot of divine power, and he was almost drained of all his energy. "If I can't defeat one of them, I'm afraid they will keep looking at me, the Kim people. Even if I have to risk it all, I will use them to establish my power." Ling Taichu thought to himself. All the perilous aura flowed into the golden dragon altar. At the same time, a drop of divine blood dripped onto the altar. The golden dragon altar became stronger and stronger. It chased after Lei Zhanyang, crashing into him again and again. Lei Zhanyang suffered setbacks. Lei Zhanyang had no choice but to rush toward evil Jiang. He shouted, "Brother Jiang, help me. Let's work together to take them down." Evil Jiang didn't expect Lei Zhanyang, who was stronger than him, to be forced to run to his side by Ling Taichu. But he was also busy. The primordial dragon's power was too terrifying. The power of the dragon pearl had increased its power by 200 times, but it couldn't suppress it at all. It was almost devoured by it many times. His black demon tiger emperor was already riddled with wounds, and its power was greatly reduced. Evil Jiang and Lei Zhanyang joined together, while Ling Taichu joined with the primordial dragon. Ling Taichu didn't give them a chance to catch their breath. He roared, "Today either you die or I die." Ling Taichu looked like he was going all out. Perilous aura surged endlessly, and many golden dragons roared as they flew out. Evil Jiang and Lei Zhanyang joined forces, forming two dangerous spaces. Demonic black holes appeared one after another, devouring all energy. Chaotic heavenly lightning struck in all directions, destroying everything in its path. The intense collision lasted for an unknown amount of time, and no one knew where they went. Many spaces were ravaged by them, and many holy beasts living in the outer world were killed by the shockwaves. Their eternal power seemed to represent an inexhaustible power. Their battle could cause the world to lose its color. That kind of world-destroying power was indescribable. Chapter 1716. Millions of outer realms had been completely destroyed by the eternal god. This battle lasted for an unknown number of days and nights, and it did not subside for a long time. The eternal god blood flew everywhere and the primordial beast emperor roared. Finally, at a certain point they stopped. Jiang Xiewang and Lei Zhanyang were in an extremely sorry state. Their divine blood was boiling as they quickly recovered their damaged divine bodies. Ling Taichu was not in a good state either. His divine body was showing signs of cracking, and his aura was much weaker. In this 10-million-mile area, a lot of origin power was swept away. The three of them were doing their best to recover their strength. None of them wanted to fall behind the others. In the distant heavenly region, many people felt the ground tremble. Much of the origin energy disappeared in an instant, shocking them all. 3 humans and 2 beasts. Only the primordial dragon's dragon pearl provided it with an endless supply of energy. It wanted to tear the black demon tiger emperor apart and devour it. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiewang summoned it back at the crucial moment and kept it in his bracer, saving its life. Just as the primordial dragon was about to charge at Jiang Xiewang and Lei Zhanyang, Jiang Xiewang could no longer hold back. Ling Taichu, make it stop first. I have something to talk to you about. Jiang Xiewang shouted. Ling Taichu did not reply. The golden dragon altar revolved around him. Draconic chi floated around him. He seemed to have transformed into a human dragon and was rapidly recovering. Jiang Xiewang and Lei Zhanyang did not dare to fight the primordial dragon. They had used up too much energy and had no choice but to dodge. Ling Taichu, listen to me, we're willing to reconcile with you. If you let it chase after us again, we'd rather die than live. We can't kill you, but we can kill your clansmen and even the entire Heaven Domain's people. Jiang Xiewang shouted. Lei Zhanyang also said coldly, that's right. Hurry up and stop. This battle is over. Otherwise, I will summon the chaos heavenly lightning and destroy your heavenly region first. It was unbelievable that 2 eternal gods had been forced into such a state. This was mainly because Ling Taichu was holding the destiny artifact of the Kim people, a divine artifact that had been tempered for millions of years. After being baptized by his divine blood, it had become a true eternal artifact. It was not something that could be simply condensed from a drop of blood could compare to. Moreover, the primordial dragon emperor's might was even more invincible. This was the reason why Ling Taichu was able to gain the upper hand. However, with the 2 eternal gods threatening him, Ling Taichu didn't dare to be careless. After all, if they wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Dragon Emperor, return! Ling Taichu called out to the primordial dragon. When the primordial dragon returned to Ling Taichu's side, Jiang Xiewang and thunderous Zhanyang stopped and heaved a sigh of relief. You can destroy the Heaven Domain, you can kill my clansmen, but I can also kill all of your clansmen. Unless the 2 of you stay together, I can kill either one of you. Ling Taichu said coldly. Since both of us can't do anything to each other, why don't we set up a truce for 100 years? After 100 years, we will decide the winner and loser. What do you think? Jiang Xiaowang was forced to make way. To him, 100 years was a chance to forge a true eternal divine weapon. Only then would he be able to challenge Ling Taichu. At that time, he and Thunderous Zhanyang would definitely be able to destroy Ling Taichu. Thunderous Zhanyang also understood the meaning of Jiang Xiaowang's words. He immediately nodded and said, "That's right, we will decide the winner and loser in 100 years. You two really know how to plan. After 100 years, join forces and decide the winner and loser," Ling Taichu said disdainfully. He paused for a moment and then said, "100 years it is. You can't invade the Heaven Domain's territory anymore, and you can't secretly kill my clansmen. Otherwise, even if both sides suffer, I won't let you have it easy." Ling Taichu naturally understood that they were stalling for time, but he had no other choice. He could only agree to it first and then think of a countermeasure. After all, he couldn't kill the two of them unless another eternal god appeared in their clan. Only then would they have a chance to deal with this crisis. "All right, we promise you that we won't use force against the Heaven Domain for 100 years. After 100 years, we will see the result," Jiang Xiaowang replied and then transmitted his voice to Thunderous Zhanyang. No one knew what he said, but the two of them disappeared from the domain without looking back. After the two of them left, Ling Taichu sighed softly, 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Wanting to create another eternal god is easier said than done. After saying that, he and the primordious dragon returned to the domain. In the Heaven Domain's Tianyuan district, during the days when the three eternal gods fought fiercely, some changes happened. Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi rode the primordial lightning dragon and arrived in the sky above the Medicine Alliance at the fastest speed possible. This place had long been under control. Many alchemists had become prisoners of the Demon Tiger clan, even the three palace masters were no exception. Shi Zongyang was incomparably sullen. He had just escaped from the lightning space, but now he was in another kind of dangerous situation. Fortunately, the situation this time was slightly better than the previous time. They weren't locked up, but the floating city was completely isolated by the eternal god, making it impossible for them to escape. In addition, they had to refine a fixed number of Sovereign God pills and God King pills every month. Otherwise, they would kill a person from the floating city every month. The three palace masters had no choice but to comply. But today, Jiang Angguang wanted to forcefully take Yin Djiao away. Yin Djiao was the #1 beauty of the Tianyuan district, a peerless beauty that shocked everyone. Jiang Angguang had once grown up in the Tianyuan district under an alias, so he had naturally heard of this carry for a long time. In the floating city's main hall, this dazzling hall had already become one of the Demon Tiger clan's branch halls. Jiang Angguang sat on the main seat. He had the dark light physique and cultivated yin and yang qi. He could fight powerful existences on the sovereign list. "Jiang Angguang, don't even think about taking Djiao away unless we die." Shi Zongyang growled with extreme dissatisfaction. Shi Rong, Lian Haogong, Zhuo Xinghong, and Yen Djiao were all in the hall. Their faces were filled with anger. Yen Djiao was as beautiful as ever. She had a graceful figure and was a beauty that any man would fall in love with. She had a worried expression on her face, making her look even more pitiful. "Do you have a choice?" Jiang Angguang sneered and stared at Yen Djiao. "I've long heard that the #1 beauty of the Tianyuan district is an amazing divine alchemist. Now that I see you in an alchemist robe, you do indeed have a unique style. Become my concubine and you can protect these old geezers' lives in the future." "Don't even think about it." Yen Djiao gritted her teeth and refused. "You can refuse, but what if I kill them now?" Jiang Angguang refuted. Yen Djiao's delicate body trembled and her beautiful eyes glared at Jiang Angguang, unable to speak. Lian Haogong frowned. "Kill us if you have the ability. We don't want to live anyway." "That's right, we would rather not serve you, demon race," Zhuo Xinghong also said. "Very well. Do you really think your alchemy gods are priceless? I will kill you all today." Jiang Angguang sneered and a divine sword flew out, slashing towards the three alchemy gods. The three alchemy gods' realms were suppressed. Even though they were still supremes, they couldn't unleash a third of their power. This sword was enough to kill them. Stop! Yen Dai shouted in a tender voice. In her life, these three were the most important people to her. She didn't want anything to happen to any of them. Jiang Angguang sneered, I will only give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Whether you agree or not is up to you. In any case, you can't escape from my palm. Finished speaking, his palm grabbed towards Yen Djiao. A palm with yin and yang energy instantly grabbed Yen Djiao's throat and pulled her into his embrace. Yen Djiao cried out and tried to struggle with all her might. However, her realm was far from Jiang Angguang's. Bastard, stop. Shirtsong Yang scolded and unleashed a huge flaming palm towards Jiang Angguang. Unfortunately, he was a fiery light and couldn't even break Jiang Angguang's yin-yang divine light. Jiang Angguang revealed a wretched smile and said to Yen Djiao, this old fart wants to die. Tell me, how should I deal with him? Even though he was asking for Yen Djiao's opinion, he had already unleashed a palm and sent Shirtsong Yang flying. Bang! Shirtsong Yang's body slammed into a stone pillar and spat out a mouthful of blood. Big brother! Lian Haogong and Zhuo Xinghong cried out and ran toward Shirtsong Yang. Jiang Angguang still had some restraint. He only injured Shirtsong Yang and didn't take his life. Now, we will consummate our marriage. From now on, you will be my woman. Your alchemy alliance will have to listen to my orders. Do you understand? Jiang Angguang pinched Yen Djiao's chin and said with an obscene gaze. Yen Djiao was speechless. Only her beautiful eyes were filled with tears and a bit of determination to die. Don't even think about committing suicide. Otherwise, I will extract their souls and refine them to death. Jiang Angguang threatened and then shouted towards the outside of the hall. Take the 3 of them away. Lian Haogong was enraged. You have already controlled the guild. Isn't that enough? Do you want to force us all to die? That's right. If we die, no one will refine supreme god pellets for you. Release Djiao. We will fulfill our promise. Zhuo Xinghong said indignantly. No need. My clan has the eternal god. He can capture some more supreme incipient god realm experts. I remember that the Sky Dragon area has the youngest supreme incipient god realm expert. His name is Ling something Xiao. I believe he can't escape from my clan. Ha! Jiang Angguang laughed crazily. Yen Djiao immediately cried, you can't capture him. Please let him go. Also, let my teacher and the others go. I will stay and be your concubine. Seems like you really care about that Ling something Xiao. Did you already have an affair with him? Jiang Angguang looked displeased. It was also at this moment that a terrifying explosion rang out from outside, causing the entire hall to shake violently. Chapter 1717. The floating city was covered with barriers that any peak of incipient god realm expert couldn't break. When Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi arrived, they asked the Primal Chaos Thunder Dragon to send endless Primal Chaos Lightning to cover the entire floating city. The terrifying chaotic lightning caused a series of terrifying explosions to ring out in the sky above the floating city, causing everyone in the floating city to panic. Who dares to ambush our Demon Tiger Tribe's territory? He deserves to die, screamed a Demon Tiger Tribe expert. Then, someone screamed, it's an enemy attack. The Primal Chaos Thunder Dragon is up there. It's that bastard Ling Xiao. Hurry and gather the troops to kill him. He's so bold. Isn't he afraid that our eternal god can kill him with just one finger? He's crazy. The Kim people must have been wiped out by our ancestor. That's why he's here to struggle. Anyway, it's impossible for him to destroy the barriers alone. We have to go out and kill him. Instantly, many members of the Demon Tiger Tribe who were guarding the city dashed out. Besides the members of the Demon Tiger Tribe, there were also some incipient god realm experts from the Sky Tiger Land and some incipient god realm experts from the Heaven Source Land who were forced to surrender. There were around 70 to 80 of them in total. They were the ones guarding the floating city. 3 of them were at the peak of the Demon Tiger Tribe while the others were at high or low levels. All of them rode their holy beasts and dashed towards Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi. The terrifying energy blotted out the sky and bombarded Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi. Mingqi, take care of yourself. I'm going to kill them all. Ling Xiao whispered to Yun Mingqi. The golden dragon spear and the ice and fire swords appeared in his hands. He then dashed towards the energy balls in front of him. The energy attack of 70 to 80 incipient God Realm experts was enough to make any peak of the Supremes die. Even the famous existences on the Supreme list didn't dare to face it directly. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. He released his Chaos World and blocked all the energy attacks in just a blink of an eye. Rumble! Rumble! The terrifying power could destroy everything and kill anyone. Even though Ling Xiao had used his primal Chaos World to block the attack, he was still shaken to the point of dizziness. However, he was still able to block the attack. With this primal Chaos World, I can fight against the eternal divine will doppelganger. My strength has already reached the semi-eternal realm. Ling Xiao's confidence soared, and he brandished his spear and sword. His spirit power transformed into an invisible ice and fire sword that rushed towards their spirit sea of consciousness. His god's soul power had become extremely formidable. With the enhancement of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, he could kill any incipient God Realm expert below high level. The incipient God Realm experts of the Demon Tiger tribe screamed pathetically. Their god souls were cut off, falling from the sky. This kind of inexplicable death caused many people to feel incomparable panic. A peak of incipient God Realm expert could barely resist Ling Xiao's soul attack. He immediately warned the others. He's using the God's soul attack. Don't let him come too close. Protect your God's soul. Join hands to kill him. If you have the guts, try again. Ling Xiao was like a dragon coming out of the sea. He shouted in fear. His primal chaos world condensed into a spear, extending from the golden dragon spear. It was like a 5-colored dragon roaring and swooping over 10,000 miles away. That peak of incipient God Realm expert tried his best to counter the attack. Shadows of ghosts came and tried to destroy this 5-colored dragon. However, the 5-colored dragon had primal chaos power, which was the most terrifying power in this world. It smashed those ghosts and shadows as easily as breaking dry weeds. The dragon head swallowed that peak of incipient God Realm expert. That peak of incipient God Realm expert screeched. His defense was like a piece of paper. His head exploded immediately. Ling Xiao was invincible, trying his best to kill everywhere. Shi Yan and Yun Mingqi had come to this heaven source territory to seize the chance when the eternal god of the Demon Tiger tribe was fighting with absolute beginning ancestor to come to the Medicine Union to save the others. He had only one chance. He had to seize it. Thus, he had tried his best right from the beginning. The primal chaos Thunder Dragon's lightning power was endless. Lightning energy filled the sky. The incipient God Realm experts who hadn't reached the high level couldn't resist it. Blood-curdling screams rang out, and pools of blood exploded. In another direction, Yun Mingqi was sitting cross-legged on a black tortoise that looked like a mountain. She didn't need to take action or worry about being hurt. She just controlled the black tortoise to attack the warriors of the Demon Tiger tribe. In front of her was an incipient God Realm expert who was controlling dozens of skeletons. Those skeletons couldn't resist the black tortoise's attack. They were smashed into powder immediately. The incipient God Realm expert who was controlling the skeletons was scared. He shouted, "It's a top black tortoise. It's too terrifying. I can't stop it." The high-level incipient God Realm expert hurriedly retreated. Although the black tortoise looked heavy and massive, its speed wasn't slow at all. The black tortoise used its tortoise body to hit the black tortoise. Immediately, he turned into a blood mist and died. "Husband, I can finally fight shoulder to shoulder with you. Today, let's kill to our heart's content." Yun Mingqi screamed excitedly. In the past, Ling Xiao had tried his best to catch up with her. However, after Ling Xiao found her, she had been trying her best to catch up with him. Although there was still a gap between her and Ling Xiao, with the help of the black tortoise, she could give Ling Xiao a helping hand. The black tortoise was as famous as the true dragon. Although it focused on defense, its attacking power was equally terrifying. The tortoise's tortoise mouth breathed. Waves of destructive water struck several incipient God Realm experts until nothing was left. The true dragon soared and roared for 10,000 miles. The black tortoise breathed and struck the sky and earth with water. In just a short time, more than half of the demon tiger tribe's troops were killed. They were all scared out of their wits. Who would have thought that the other side only had 2 people with 2 peak-level divine beasts? In just a blink of an eye, they had suffered a great loss. It was a big blow to them. When they were about to scatter and run away, more than 10 people flashed out of the floating city. Ling Xiao, you've got guts. You dare to invade our demon tiger tribe's territory? Today, you won't be able to leave. Jianghu couldn't help but rush out of the hall and shout angrily. He knew that Ling Xiao's attacks were strange and unpredictable. Moreover, he had a primordial lightning dragon to help him. Jianghu didn't dare to be careless. He immediately crushed a jade tube of life. Suddenly, the eternal god of the demon tiger tribe, Jianghu, appeared again. This jade tube had a wisp of Jianghu's powerful soul consciousness clone. He could easily kill any peak supreme being here. Old ancestor, please kill this kid. Jianghu respectfully begged Jianghu. Jianghu glanced at Ling Xiao. His eyes flickered with a terrifying, ominous light. It's you again, you stinking brat. Today I'll kill you. Last time, Ling Xiao had come to the space of the demonic tiger clan to launch a sneak attack, which had caused the demonic tiger clan to suffer heavy losses. Now that they met again, he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately launched his strongest attack at Ling Xiao. A black hole of demonic clouds appeared, and a powerful suction force enveloped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shouted at Yun Mingqi, "Mingqi, stay away from me. This is the eternal god's soul consciousness clone." After saying that, his primordial world energy transformed. A world shaped like a space. Many primordial world energy was mobilized by him, protecting him from the terrifying suction force. Another portion of the primordial world energy was swung by him with the golden dragon spear. A primordial true dragon rushed towards the black hole. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying forces intertwined with each other. Heaven shaking, earth shattering energy spread out in all directions. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic palm slammed down from the sky, causing Ling Xiao's primordial world to cave in. Ling Xiao was sent flying far away. Fortunately, he was still able to withstand the impact. However, Jianghu didn't stop there. In the blink of an eye, he sent out several more palm strikes. Each palm strike was infused with the power of his divine sense. Ling Xiao merged with the primordial world. The primordial world revolved around him, tightly wrapping him up. He had no way to resist. He could only endure the attacks and wait for the divine sense clone to run out of energy. Ling Xiao had the protection of the primordial world. However, he still vomited blood and felt dizzy from the impact. Just a divine sense clone is enough to beat me to the point where I can't even fight back. Too terrifying. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Damn it. I can't kill you, but I can kill this little slut. Jianghu's strength was greatly reduced. He unwillingly cried out and changed the direction of his demonic palm to Yun Mingqi. Ling Xiao was scared out of his wits. Yun Mingqi was one of his most important women. If she was killed, he would never forgive himself. No! Ling Xiao struggled and shouted. He wanted to block the attack, but it was impossible for him to match the eternal god's terrifying speed. Yun Mingqi was sitting on the black tortoise's back. She didn't even have time to react before the demonic palm struck her. Rumble! This was Jianghu's clone's final attack. It wasn't much weaker than the previous one. A shocking explosion rang out, leaving behind a thick black fog. Yun Mingqi and the black tortoise were immediately sent flying far away. Mingqi! Ling Xiao was scared out of his wits. He shouted and rushed over. Jianghu's clone's divine sense was also gradually disappearing. Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Yun Mingqi and the black tortoise. That place had sunk into a huge pit, so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Ling Zhao's heart turned cold. Meng Qi, don't let anything happen to you. Ling Xiao was just about to jump into the hole. At this time, a deep roar came from below. An incomparably huge figure rushed up. The black tortoise's body was surrounded by a deep blue light of the 8 trigrams. Cracks appeared on the black tortoise's powerful protective aura, but it didn't collapse completely. The person inside was safe and sound. Chapter 17-18. The black tortoise was the divine beast with the strongest defense in this world. Yun Mengqi's peak-level black tortoise king's defense was naturally monstrous. No pinnacle supreme divine artifact could break through its defense. Even a full-powered attack from Jiang Xiaowang's divine sense clone couldn't completely destroy it. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and exclaimed, Mengqi, are you all right? Yun Mengqi paled as she sat on the black tortoise's back. She shook her head and said, I'm okay. Grandpa Black Tortoise blocked that terrifying attack for me. Then she screamed, Husband, be careful. Behind you. However, at this moment, a beam of yin and yang energy attacked Ling Zhao's back. Ling Xiao focused on Yun Mengqi, so he didn't notice it. When he sensed it, the energy had arrived. Boom. After a loud explosion, Ling Xiao was blown away. Husband. Yun Mengqi screamed in fright. Don't worry. I'm going to take you to see him. Jiang Anyang was riding on a black and white divine eagle. He sneered and knocked the divine bow in his hand again. This divine bow was special. It didn't need divine arrow feathers. It just needed God energy to create divine arrow feathers that could kill the enemy with one shot. This bow was called Arrowless Divine Bow. It was an ancient god weapon from the antiquity time. Jiang Angguang was lucky enough to get it. He had brought it back to this world. Even a peak supreme being would find it hard to block this arrow. Swoosh! Jiang Angguang shot another arrow with the yin-yang divine bow. This arrow was so powerful. It was like a meteor with light and dark energies twirling. It was filled with a terrifying destructive power. Before the arrow reached its target, the black tortoise let out a deafening roar, and a wave of water surged into the sky like a piece of explosive cloth, forcefully dispersing the arrow's power. The black tortoise is really intimidating. Jiang Angguang frowned. He and his divine hawk separated to attack the black tortoise. However, at this moment, the Chaos Lightning Dragon was attacking the other incipient God Realm experts. No one could stop it. Ling Xiao didn't suffer much damage after taking that arrow. At the most crucial moment, the power of primal chaos circulated and blocked his vitals. He originally wanted to go back and kill Jiang Angguang, but the most important thing now was to break the restrictions of the floating city and rescue Yan Daijiao and the others. Ling Xiao swallowed some divine pills to restore his strength. His primal chaos world condensed into a chaos dragon spear, and many rays of primal chaos radiated from it. Ling Xiao roared, "Break for me!" The chaos dragon spear transformed into a terrifying dragon shadow and charged towards the floating city. The power of this attack was comparable to the attack of Jiang Xiaowang's divine will doppelganger. The dragon shadow collided with the power of the restriction, creating a deafening sound that caused everyone in the floating city to panic. Many of the weaker ones coughed up blood and fell down. Shirtsong Yang, Lian Haogong, Zhuo Xinghong and Yan Daijiao all ran out. What's going on? Did someone come to save us? Shirtsong Yang frowned as he muttered to himself. Look, there are people in the sky, a dragon and a tortoise. They seem to be the legendary True Dragon Divine Beast and Black Tortoise Divine Beast. They really came to deal with the Devil Tiger race. We can take this chance to escape. Lian Haogong exclaimed. We can escape, but what about the others? Zhuo Xinghong was in a difficult position. He paused for a moment before looking in a direction and exclaiming, "It seems to be Ling Xiao, that brat." Yan Daijiao had already noticed the majestic figure that condensed into the Chaos Dragon Spear. I knew you would come sooner or later. Yan Daijiao's beautiful eyes rippled with tears as she muttered. After Ling Xiao attacked the restriction several times with the Chaos Dragon Spear, the restriction finally couldn't withstand it anymore and completely cracked. 3 palace masters, Dai Jiao, I'm here to save you. Ling Xiao shouted and charged down from the sky. Some of the Divine King Devil Tiger race members were frightened to the point of panic and ran in all directions. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and lightly pointed with his finger. Rays of finger light chased after those people. Extremely urgent. One by one, the Divine Kings shrieked miserably. In their direction, beautiful blood splattered everywhere. Not a single one of these Devil Tiger race members could escape from Ling Xiao's attack. Ling Xiao landed in front of Yan Dai Jiao and asked with concern, Dai Jiao has wronged you. Are you alright? Yan Dai Jiao hugged Ling Xiao without thinking and cried, I'm fine. I thought I would never see you again. She only had the strength of a divine king. Her power wasn't sealed, so everything was fine. It's fine as long as you're fine. Let's leave this place immediately. Ling Xiao didn't have time to comfort her and hurriedly said. He was afraid that the eternal God would immediately return, then all his previous efforts would be in vain. Good boy, this time you saved me again. This old man is truly ashamed. Shirtsong Yang said with a complicated expression on his face. Lian Haogong also said, Yeah, you brat really exceeded everyone's expectations. However, you took too much of a risk. It's not worth it for us old guys. Big brother, second brother, don't say anything. Let's go first. Zhuo Xinhao said. 3 palace masters, I'll break the seal for you first. Ling Xiao said. His divine soul doppelganger appeared and immediately broke the seal for the 3 palace masters. However, when Ling Xiao came in contact with them, he was immediately sent flying by the seal. Ling Xiao, don't waste your time. This is the seal set by the eternal God. How can you break it? Shirtsong Yang said in despair. Yeah, even if we escape to the ends of the sea, that eternal God can capture us back. He's too powerful. He's not what we can match. Lian Haogong also sighed and said. Zhuo Xinghong still wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao said first, 3 palace masters don't need to worry. My clan's old ancestor also achieved the eternal throne. He can help you guys undo the seal. Now, you guys immediately gather the others. I'll bring you guys away immediately. The 3 great palace masters immediately revealed a look of joy when they heard this. Then, they immediately gathered the guild's alchemists who were still alive. The Devil Tiger race wanted alchemists to refine medicinal pills for them. Therefore, they didn't exterminate them. There were still many alchemists who could survive. When many alchemists learned that they were saved, each and every one of them revealed a look of joy. They were oppressed by the Devil Tiger race for more than a year until they had no human rights at all. Their arrogant personality in the past was completely obliterated. They only hoped that they could survive. That was better than anything. Ling Xiao didn't have time to explain to them one by one. He put all of them into the medicinal cauldron. And up in the sky, Jianghu had already started to escape. The black tortoise was already not what he could deal with. Let alone there was still a chaos thunder dragon. It made him incomparably desperate. He had already used all of his trump cards. But he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, let alone deal with Yunmingqi. Hence, he rode on his divine eagle and escaped at the first moment. Yunmingqi originally wanted to urge the black tortoise to chase after him. But she did not act impulsively. Saving people was still the top priority. Most of the other Devil Tiger race's incipient God Realm experts were dead. A small portion had already sneakily escaped, who said the other party was so powerful. Staying behind would only lead to death. If they did not escape, then when should they wait? They could only hope that their eternal God would return soon and reclaim this place again. Ling Xiao used the medicinal cauldron to put away most of the Medicine Alliance's people. Then he let Yan Dai Jiao ride the Chaos Thunder Dragon with him and started to leave the Heaven Source region. Yunmingqi also put away the Black Tortoise and rode together with them. In terms of speed, the Black Tortoise was still a notch weaker than the true Dragon Divine Beast. Right now, they had to leave at full speed. They could not wait for the other party's eternal God to return. If that happened, only death awaited them. The Chaos Thunder Dragon moved like the wind and left the Heaven Source region quickly. On the dragon's back, Yan Dai Jiao's attention wasn't on Ling Xiao. Instead, she was looking at Yun Mingqi. There was an indescribable meaning in her beautiful eyes. Yun Mingqi was also looking at Yan Daijiao, but her face was indifferent. She was already used to Ling Xiao having all kinds of women around him, so she was already used to it. Ling Xiao saw the two women looking at each other without saying anything, so he could only introduce them. You don't need to be like this. She's Mingqi, and she's Daijiao. You're both my women. Both of you are equally important. Mingqi, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. How could you be tricked by your husband? Ling Xiao broke the silence. Yan Daijiao was the first to speak. I've known him since we were young. It's hard to say who's tricking who. But you, Daijiao, are known as the #1 goddess of the Heaven Source region. You're already the most beautiful woman in the world. How could you fall in love with a playboy like him? Yun Mingqi smiled. Yan Daijiao rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and revealed a flirtatious smile. Because I know that although he's a playboy, he values relationships. Otherwise, why would he risk his life to save me? Ling Xiao revealed an embarrassed expression. It's still Daijiao who understands me. Yun Mingqi also agreed. Perhaps this is our fate. He's our bane. You're wrong. I'm your guardian. Unless I'm dead, no one can hurt you. Ling Xiao said firmly as he held the two women in his arms. The two women felt warmth in their hearts. They buried their heads in his chest and deeply breathed in his aura. Now that the Devil Tiger race's eternal god has appeared, what should we do? Yan Daijiao sighed and then asked, Husband, can your race's eternal god deal with him? If it's just the Devil Tiger race's eternal god, it won't be a problem. The problem is, the Thunder race also seems to have an eternal god. The situation doesn't look good. Ling Xiao said with a worried expression. These two eternal gods were his mortal enemies, and the threat they posed to his race was simply too great. He felt as if there was a boulder pressing down on his heart. He couldn't relax. The boat will straighten itself out. At worst, we'll return to the Xianling continent and never be found. Yun Mingqi suggested. Chapter 1719. Ling Xiao brought Yun Mingqi and Yan Daijiao back to the Sky Dragon territory. No matter what happened between the three eternal realms, Ling Xiao had to go back and see what happened. He was not afraid of being misunderstood by his clansmen for running away, because those who knew him knew that he, Ling Xiao, was not a person who feared death. When he returned to the clan, the battle between the three eternal realms had already ended. When he learned of the agreement between the three eternal realms, he heaved a sigh of relief. The other side had two eternal gods in alliance. His ancestor, Ling Taichu, could do it, but it was too difficult to make the other side compromise. After all, the eternal god realm was different from other realms. The gap between the same realm would not be too big. No one was optimistic that Ling Taichu would be able to gain the upper hand against two eternal gods. Fortunately, the Kim people had the help of the Primordius Dragon, as well as a million-year aura divine artifact. Now, the Heaven region had once again entered a stable state. For the time being, there was no need to worry about the Demon Tiger race attacking other territories again. Everyone in the world knew that this was because the Kim people had an eternal ancestor, which caused their worship of Ling Taichu to reach its peak. Many cities under the jurisdiction of the former Dragon Gate, and even Ling Taichu's statues were erected in the center of the cities to worship him. The days returned to normal and the Heavenly Dragon sect was rebuilt once again. Many people from the various factions in the Heavenly Dragon domain came to join the alliance. Thus, the Heavenly Dragon sect and Heavenly Dragon City were rebuilt in a short period of time. Inside the Kim people's territory, several important members of the Kim people gathered together again. They discussed the next step of the plan. Now that they had temporarily put down their weapons of war with the Demon Tiger race for 100 years, they had to come up with some countermeasures. After some discussion, Ling Taichu decided to go to the Xianling continent with Ling Wudi to persuade Ling Hongyu to return. Thus, Ling Xiao took Ling Taichu and Ling Wudi with the identity of an insider. The others stayed in the clan for the time being, and the Primordius Dragon stayed behind as well, just in case. With a powerful existence like Ling Taichu, he used the power of metal to take Ling Xiao and Ling Wudi away, and rushed back to the Xianling continent as quickly as possible. The god of eternity was omnipotent. His flying speed was truly unimaginable. Returning to the Xianling continent, Ling Xiao no longer felt that emotional. Over the years, he had gone through many trials and tribulations. His state of mind had long been tempered to a different state. Moreover, his family members were all in his medicine cauldron. There was not much that he cared about in the Xianling continent anymore. This continent is really extraordinary. There are actually divine beasts living here, and at the same time, there is a kind of ancient aura. What a pity. Ling Taichu sighed as soon as he landed on the Xianling continent. As an eternal god, he was naturally extremely sensitive to all sorts of things. Ling Wudi also said, "Our ancestors said that we came from the Xianling continent, and this is our homeland. If it weren't for the changes in the continent, we would have lived here forever. This is an ancient baron's continent, and it might have existed even longer than the Heaven Realm." Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He was just a junior, and some things were not his place to express his opinion. "Let's go, I should be able to sense where uncle is," Ling Taichu said, and once again brought Ling Xiao and Ling Wudi in a direction. Ling Xiao thought to himself, as expected of the eternal god. Ancestor Hongyu is under the continent's enchantment, and even a pinnacle supreme martial artist can't sense him. Yet, Ancestor Taichu has already found him. He is really powerful. Under the enchantment of the Xianling continent, a blurry, shriveled figure was consuming its own divine power to completely fill up the gaps in the enchantment. However, the loss of the enchantment's power was unstoppable, and the Xianling continent was already in the final stage of destruction. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had placed the metal, water, and fire source stones near Ling Hongyu, as well as the Water Dragon tribe and the Fire Qilin tribe's territory, so that the origin energy could be restored and the time of destruction could be extended. Ling Taichu and Ling Wudi were shocked to see Ling Hongyu in this state. "Uncle, Wudi and I are here to see you," Ling Taichu said after letting out a sigh. Ling Wudi even sobbed, "Old man, how are you?" Although he and his grandfather had quarreled and left the tribe for many years, his feelings for his grandfather were not something that outsiders could understand. "You two unfilial descendants are finally willing to come back? How many years has it been?" Ling Hongyu said, a little emotional. His voice was very hoarse and weak, and his power was almost depleted. "Uncle, I am sorry. I have been looking for a breakthrough all these years, and I have finally taken that step." Although Ling Taichu was the eternal god, he still spoke very respectfully in front of Ling Hongyu. "Is that so? Then stay here forever and build up the foundation of our tribe. Don't think about going out all the time," Ling Hongyu said very weakly. "Old man, don't talk anymore. I will take the blood for you. Come out." Ling Wudi said as he immediately cut his wrist, and a lot of essence blood fell in Ling Hongyu's direction. The essence blood of a peak great perfection supreme fell like thunder, and it made a series of explosive sounds. Ling Hongyu did not stand on ceremony with Ling Wudi, and absorbed a lot of essence blood in an instant. In terms of bloodline power, Ling Wudi and Ling Hongyu were much closer. Ling Xiao could not be compared to them. When Ling Wudi wanted to take more essence blood, he was stopped by Ling Hongyu, who said, "That's enough. This is your compensation for leaving the tribe for so many years. Old man, can you come out by yourself? Otherwise, we will break this place and save you." Ling Wudi did not insist and said immediately, "I won't come out. This is our ancestors' land, and we can't destroy it." Ling Hongyu refused resolutely. "Old man, don't be so stubborn. Look at the situation now, and you are still thinking about the ancestors' land. The power here is losing, and the barrier has long been broken. Even if you have extraordinary divine strength, you can't maintain it. Hurry up and come out with me, or I will completely destroy this place." Ling Wudi persuaded. "How dare you? The ancestors' land can't be destroyed. You don't know anything." Ling Hongyu shouted angrily. "You don't know anything. Now that the eternal gods of the demonic tiger tribe and the thunder tribe have been born, our tribe was almost exterminated. If Uncle Taichu did not come back, there would be no Kim people left. What's the use of guarding the ancestors' land? Can you not be so stubborn? Ling Wudi said impatiently. How could this be? Ling Hongyu was shocked. Ling Taichu spoke again. Uncle, the current situation is very disadvantageous to us. Don't hold on any longer. I can use my power to maintain the barrier here for another 10,000 years without being destroyed. Let me save you first. Ling Hongyu did not reply for a long time. He seemed to be in a dilemma. I didn't expect that the eternal gods that only appear once in a million years would appear one after another. Has the world really changed? Ling Hongyu sighed. Then he asked Ling Xiao, Boy, how many kinds of Genesis stones have you collected? Ling Xiao replied respectfully, I have collected 8 kinds of Genesis stones. Only the light Genesis stone is left. Ling Taichu and Ling Wudi looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful that he could collect 8 kinds of the rarest Genesis stones. If other forces knew about this, they would come to rob and plunder crazily. 8 kinds? Very good, huh? Ling Hongyu shouted excitedly. He paused for a while and said to Ling Taichu, Taichu, no matter what, you have to get me the light Genesis stone. Then, find a formation master who can deploy the Genesis formation. This way, Xianling continent can be revived and restored to its former glory. It's not difficult to get the light Genesis stone. I can just go to the light space. But now I have to save you. Ling Taichu replied. No, you can't do that now. Ling Hongyu stopped him. Ling Wudi was a little annoyed. What time is it now? Is the ancestral land more important than the lives of our people? No, you don't know why I want to do this. I have already touched the edge of that realm. If I can collect all 9 Genesis stones and deploy the Genesis formation, maybe I can take advantage of this opportunity to advance further. Anyway, with my current condition, I can't help you even if I am exhausted. Why don't I take the last gamble? Ling Hongyu said. Uncle, you really understand the mysteries of it? Ling Taichu was a little excited. Yes, I have stayed here for more than 2,000 years. Although I have suffered a lot, my state of mind has been trained and my understanding has become deeper. But now, I still lack a chance. And this chance is when the 9 Genesis stones gather again, the day when the vitality of the continent is restored. Ling Hongyu replied. Ling Wudi and Ling Xiao were shocked. They had never thought that Ling Hongyu could have a chance to advance further in this desperate situation. This ancestor of theirs was already in the top 3 of the supreme list. He was absolutely at the peak of incipient god realm. Now, one more step and he would reach the eternal realm. If we, the Kim people, have 2 eternal realms, we will be able to dominate the entire area. Ling Wudi screamed in astonishment. Don't daydream. We, the Kim people, only need to focus on developing the forces of our tribe. Leave those things to others. Ling Hongyu said bluntly. Ling Wudi curled his lips and wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. Ling Xiao took out the rest of the Genesis stones and handed them to Ling Taichu. Ancestor Taichu, I will give these to you first. I have another one here, and I will lend the other 2 to others. When I get the light Genesis stones, I will take them back. Ling Taichu was the strongest, so the Genesis stones were the safest in his hands. Ling Taichu also understood the importance of this matter, so he didn't delay and immediately put away all the Genesis stones. Then Ling Taichu would go to the light space to take the light Genesis stones and collect all 9 kinds of Genesis stones. Chapter 1720. The light space was the land that the Winged Man tribe had occupied for a long time. Today, most of the land around here was occupied by the Winged Man tribe. Many supreme incipient god realm experts had been baptized by the so-called Light, which made them the most loyal followers of the Winged Man tribe. For the time being, the Winged Man tribe had started to nibble away at the territories of the Eastfield Road. They wanted to unify the outer space. Some supreme incipient god realm experts were lucky enough to escape the baptism. Now, they knew that the Winged Man tribe had someone who had become the eternal god. The other party could sweep through the outer realms all by himself. Many forces didn't even have the courage to resist. They surrendered immediately. As the overlord of the East Field Road, the Cyan Wind Alliance also felt a great pressure. They summoned back many supreme incipient God realm experts and didn't let them go out easily. Inside the main hall of the Cyan Wind Alliance, Feng Qingyang, Ning Qingang, Feng Lanling, Lu Piapiao, and the other deputy chiefs were waiting. One of the deputy chiefs frowned and said, "The Winged Man tribe is very close to our territory. If they want us to surrender, what should we do?" The Winged Man tribe doesn't have that ability. Even if they have the eternal God, we can subdue them if we join hands. Another deputy snorted. "You don't understand. The eternal God is invincible. No matter how many of us we have, we can't do anything to him." Ning Qingang sighed. "Old Ning, don't boost their morale and belittle our own." A deputy chief said discontentedly. "Qingang is telling the truth. We don't have the power to challenge them." Feng Qingyang agreed with Ning Qingang. All of a sudden, the expressions of everyone present turned rather ugly. The Cyan Wind Alliance was a force they had operated for many years. If they were weak, they wouldn't be able to bear the fact that they were easily conquered. But you don't have to worry. They have the eternal God and so do we. Our Cyan Wind Alliance can't destroy them. Feng Qingyang smiled calmly. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. "Hegemon, have you reached that step?" someone asked in surprise. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, "I don't have that kind of power yet, but he is also one of us, Feng Qingyang. He will be here soon." Right at this moment, a supreme incipient God realm expert hurriedly barged into the hall. "Hegemon, Deputy Hegemons, a large group of people called the Servants of Light has come to our Cyan Wind League's territory. Are they finally here? Then let's go out and meet them." Feng Qingyang's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the Winged Clan's attack to be so swift. They had already killed their way here. "Alliance Master, where is our eternal God? Hurry and invite him out." Someone said. "Let's kill the enemy first. He'll show up," Feng Qingyang said as he turned into a gust of green wind and flew out of the palace. The others didn't dare to hesitate any longer and rushed out of the hall. Hundreds of incipient God realm experts wearing white warrior suits had descended from the sky. They were riding different kinds of holy beasts. They looked like heavenly soldiers with an intimidating aura. Each of them had a mark on their foreheads that looked like a sun or a full moon, releasing a vast and holy aura. These people were completely enslaved by the Winged Clan. They had become their puppets. In front of these people, 10 supreme experts of the Winged Clan were looking down. These Winged Clan people had pure white wings on their backs and holy halos behind their heads. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. They looked like angels descending from the heavens. Feng Qingyang took the lead, leading hundreds of incipient God realm experts of the Cyan Wind League to welcome them. "Friends of the Winged Clan, what do you want?" Feng Qingyang asked in a low voice. "We are the emissaries of the God Clan. Are you willing to submit to the God Clan and become the servants of the Great Light God Clan?" said a Winged Clan expert at the peak of Supreme Expert Realm. What God Clan? Our Cyan Wind League will never submit to you or become your puppets. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Ning Qingang snorted coldly. Feng Qingyang also said, "That's right. Our Cyan Wind League has been independent for a long time. We won't submit to anyone. You guys should leave. If so, you will be punished by the servants of the Light Clan. The light of our God Clan will purify you." The peak of Supreme Expert said faintly. Then he waved his arm. Many incipient God realm experts behind him took action at the same time. Countless energies descended from the sky as if they wanted to drown and destroy this land entirely. "Kill them all." Feng Qingyang roared indignantly, slashing with the green wind divine sword in his hand. All the incipient God realm experts of the Cyan Wind League counterattacked at the same time. 5-colored energies surged furiously. 2 waves of energy collided with each other, creating a vast sea of energy that exploded. Boom, 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 boom. Almost 1,000 incipient God realm experts attacked at the same time. No one knew how to describe this kind of battle wave. The terrifying energy shook the entire land. The people living in this area were scared out of their wits. Countless remnant energy waves fell and blasted many places into deep pits. Many humans and beasts were affected. In just a blink of an eye, countless people were injured or killed. Screams and screams filled the entire area. This was the reason why the Heaven Territory forbade the incipient God realm experts from fighting in the sky of the land territory. The disaster that this land had suffered was the best proof. Feng Qingyang was once one of the top 10 existences on the supreme ranking list of heavenly regions. Countless years had passed, and his strength had reached the pinnacle. He turned into millions of green gusts of wind, and each of them contained boundless killing intent. Each green blade was like a scythe that reaped human lives, killing many puppets of the winged men race. The other vice-hegemons were also at the peak of supreme experts. Their competence was quite amazing. They cooperated well with each other and blocked the 10 puppets of the Winged Men clan. The leader of the Winged clan revealed a look of disdain and said, "You will be punished by our God of Light for not being able to see clearly." As soon as he finished speaking, he shattered a jade tube, and a wisp of dense and dazzling radiance instantly enveloped this expanse of the heavens and the earth. All of a sudden, an exceptionally beautiful man appeared in the sky. He had a pair of long and slender white wings on his back. Each of his white feathers was crystal clear and radiated a holy radiance. This winged man was the eternal god of the Winged Men clan. At this moment, this figure was just his divine consciousness clone. He looked down from the sky. An aura that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind pressed down, suffocating people. At the same time, it gave them a feeling of being comforted and made them want to worship him. "My people, why did you summon the greatest god of light?" the beautiful man asked quietly. His voice flowed out like a divine rune, causing the winged people and the puppets around him to reveal expressions of extreme sincerity. "Great God of Light, these lowly humans aren't willing to submit to our God clan. We specially invite the God of Light to come out and enlighten them so that they will submit to our clan." A winged man kneeled down on one knee and said loyally. The people behind him also kneeled down as if they were meeting the God of Light. "Oh, I see." The beautiful man answered with a faint smile. Then he looked at Feng Qingyang and the others and said calmly, "You don't want to submit to our God clan?" He didn't release any aura. It was just like a normal question. However, his words went straight to people's hearts. It created a bewitching power that made the people of the Qingfeng Alliance want to submit to him immediately. Some weaker supreme experts and incipient God realm experts bowed down as they wanted to submit to him. Feng Qingyang recognized the other's strength. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're not the only eternal God." Then he squeezed the jade tube in his hand. Instantly, gold light sparkled. Flows of murderous gold energy shot up into the sky. A flow of overbearing energy descended from the sky. Eventually, an extremely domineering young man appeared in front of the crowd. Surprisingly, he was the eternal god of the Kim people, Ling Taichu. Ling Taichu and Feng Qingyang used to build the Qingfeng Alliance. Naturally, the relationship between Ling Taichu and Feng Qingyang wasn't ordinary. When Ling Taichu returned from the faraway outer realm, he had first paid a visit to the Qingfeng Alliance to meet with Feng Qingyang and Ning Chenfu. He had also left a clone of his divine will behind in case of emergency, and now was the time to put it to good use. We really have the eternal God. That's great. A deputy of the Qingfeng Alliance screamed in joy. That's Boss Taichu. Before you guys joined the alliance, he and the hegemon had built the Qingfeng Alliance. He has become the eternal god. Ning Chengang said excitedly. In his heart, Ling Taichu's position was much higher than Feng Qingyang's. The other members of the Qingfeng Alliance looked as if they had seen the dawn. Their eyes were filled with hope. They thought that they were doomed this time. They didn't expect that there would be a light at the end of the tunnel. Unexpectedly, their alliance also had a hidden expert who surpassed everything. The bewitching man's eyes narrowed. He stared at Ling Taichu and said, "I've sensed the changes in the world. I'm not the only light pontiff who has descended. It seems that you're one of them." Ling Taichu stared at the bewitching man and said in surprise, "Winged pontiff, so you've also reached the eternal realm." After a pause, he said, "You guys should leave. With me here, you won't be able to take advantage of us. I'll find you soon." "Oh, are you that confident that you can defeat me?" The bewitching man was surprised. "No, I just want to borrow a light attribute Genesis stone from your clan." Ling Taichu shook his head and said, "So you want the light stone? But you'll have to defeat me first." The bewitching man responded and suddenly attacked. A beam of divine light shone. The divine light was so bright that no one could open their eyes. Balls of purifying energy poured onto Ling Taichu and the others. "Staying here will only bring disaster to others. Get out!" Ling Taichu shouted. Immediately, thousands of golden rays appeared and blocked the opponent's light energy. At the same time, he forced everyone out of the land. Chapter 1721. The handsome man's name was Oslo. He was the pontiff of the Winged Men tribe for more than 10 generations. After he had broken through to the eternal realm, he had regained his youth. His fighting competence had reached an unbelievable level. If he didn't have only one soul consciousness clone here, the blue moon space would have been destroyed. Moreover, Ling Taichu's appearance here was a big surprise to the Winged Men tribe. Although Ling Taichu and Oslo were soul consciousness clones, their fighting power wasn't something that the incipient God Realm experts could imagine. Fortunately, their battle couldn't last for a long time. They couldn't decide the winner. When their energy was consumed, they would vanish. Before Oslo disappeared, he shouted, "My people, retreat for now. I'll come back to convert them in the future. Old lunatic, I'll be in the blue moon space soon. You guys don't need to worry." Ling Taichu also left. Then he disappeared from this world. Just like that, the curtains fell on this supreme being battle of 1,000 people. The warriors of the Cyan Wind League calmed down. With the eternal god's protection, they couldn't die even if they wanted to. At this moment, in a faraway space, Ling Taichu finally brought Ling Wudi and Ling Xiao to this place. Is this the sign of chaos in the world? The Winged Men tribe also has an eternal god. I wonder if the other forces will have eternal gods too. Ling Taichu said with a grimace. How could it be like this? Isn't that step hard to comprehend and cross? Ling Wudi said absent-mindedly. For so many years, he had been chasing after this realm. He thought that his innate talents were superior. However, one by one, the others had become eternal gods. His confidence had been smashed to pieces. To cross that step, the most important thing is to put yourself in a dead end. It's a life or death situation. As long as you fuse with your own space energy, you can do it. When you choose to cross that step, you have to forget about life and death. You can't have any distracting thoughts. Otherwise, you will die. Ling Taichu said. Forget about life and death and have no distracting thoughts. Who can do that? Ling Wudi sighed. Ling Xiao was also mulling over these words. In his heart, he also felt that it was too difficult to achieve. Who wasn't afraid of death? Even gods were afraid of falling. Who didn't have any distracting thoughts? Everyone had wives, concubines, children, relatives, and friends. They were all people he cared about. Who could easily let go of them? I have too many worries. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to reach that step. Ling Xiao sighed silently in his heart. Ling Taichu's speed could be said to be as fast as lightning. He shuttled back and forth in the outer domain, seemingly ignoring any spatial turbulence. He turned into a wave of golden fiendish qi, protecting Ling Wudi and Ling Xiao within it. At the same time, the two of them could feel the source of the golden fiendish qi, which could make their strength even stronger. It didn't take long for Ling Taichu to bring the two to the blue moon space. Taichu, big brother. Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang exclaimed excitedly. Ling Taichu nodded to them and briefly introduced Ling Wudi and Ling Xiao. Ha, we've known this kid for a long time. You don't have to introduce him. Feng Qingyang pointed at Ling Xiao and laughed. Greetings, Senior Feng, Elder Ning. Ling Xiao stepped forward and bowed to the two of them. Good, it's only been a few decades and you've grown to this stage. Congratulations. Feng Qingyang praised with a smile. After a few words of farewell, Ling Xiao went to spend some time alone with a beauty beside him. Lu Piapiao was once the most beautiful woman in the Sky Dragon domain. Her appearance hadn't changed and she was still as beautiful as ever. Her mature charm would make any man's fingers itch. Her willow green hair fluttered in the wind, a faint fragrance floated in the air, and her skin was crystal clear. Ling Xiao couldn't help but put his arm around her slender waist and sniff the scent that he hadn't felt for a long time. You've suffered all these years. Ling Xiao said tenderly. All these years he had traveled all over the place and never had the time to return to see Lu Piapiao. Naturally, he felt extremely guilty. Lu Piapiao gently leaned on Ling Xiao's shoulder and said, As long as I'm in your heart, I don't feel anything. After a pause, she said, You must have suffered all these years. Have you gathered all the Genesis stones? Lu Piapiao already knew what Ling Xiao wanted to do. It was undoubtedly a very difficult task to gather all the Genesis stones. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I'm used to this kind of life. I can become stronger between life and death. As for the Genesis stones, I'm missing the light attribute. As long as I find it, I'll be able to gather all of them. This time, we're here for the light attribute Genesis stone. Are you guys thinking about the light space? They have the eternal God. Lu Piapiao said nervously. Ling Xiao smiled and said, They have the eternal God and so do we. This is no longer a problem. That's true. I hope everything goes well for you. Lu Piapiao wished them well. Well, when everything is settled, you can live with me. At that time, I won't have to run around all the time. I can live a good life with you guys. Ling Xiao said. All these years of wandering between life and death made him feel disgusted. He wanted to settle down and have a good rest. He wanted to enjoy the true taste of his vow to rule the world when awake and lie on the knees of a beautiful woman when drunk. Well, it's up to you. Lu Piapiao replied softly. All these years, Lu Piapiao had suffered enough of lovesickness. She also hoped to stay with Ling Xiao quietly for a few more days. Ling Taichu did not stay with Feng Qingyang and the others for long. He summoned Ling Xiao and Ling Wudi and said, I can go and get the light attribute Genesis stone alone. I'm afraid you guys won't be of much help. You all stay here. Let's do as you say. Ling Wudi thought for a while and replied. Ling Xiao objected, No, I think we should go together. Ling Taichu glanced at Ling Xiao and said, You want to take advantage of the situation again? But you have to know that the space of light is the territory of the winged men race. There are many experts there. What can you do if you go in alone? As long as Ancestor Tai Chu can hold off the eternal God, I'm sure I can get the Genesis stone. Ling Xiao said confidently. He was already very compatible with the chaotic world. He could even resist the eternal God's divine sense doppelganger. He was absolutely confident that he could break into the space of light. Ling Wudi changed his mind and said, That's right. Those birdmen know that you want to go and get the Genesis stone. They will definitely try their best to stop you. We can wait for an opportunity to act. Even if I can hold off the eternal God, you guys may not be able to get the Genesis stone. Ling Taichu said. Ling Taichu's worry was not without reason. The winged men race was an ancient race and naturally had a strong foundation. How could the two of them pull the teeth out of the tiger's mouth? Ancestor Taichu, I only need to control one of their Pope-level birdmen. I'm sure we can get the Genesis stone safely, Ling Xiao replied again. Ling Taichu's eyes flashed. He glanced at the dragon phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead and hesitated for a moment before saying, In that case, be careful. Don't force yourself. Ling Taichu then led Ling Xiao and Ling Wudi towards the space of light. The space of light was deep in the East Realm Road, but with Ling Taichu's full speed, it didn't take long for them to appear in front of him. This was a terrestrial space that emitted a dazzling brilliance. The rich light attribute space made people who cultivated the light attribute feel incomparably comfortable, and the speed at which they could accumulate energy doubled. Just as Ling Taichu teleported to this place, a voice rang out, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't think you would dare to come." In an instant, tens of thousands of holy white lights flashed and a large number of wings flapped. The strange space formed by the wings blocked Ling Taichu's space of light. The two spaces confronted each other. If a foreigner passed by, they wouldn't doubt that this was a frightening image created by someone. Ling Taichu's real body flashed and he stood with his hands clasped behind his back like a golden god of war. He looked at Oslo, who was in the space of light, and said, "My race once asked you to exchange for the light attribute Genesis stone. It's fine if you didn't want it, but you killed my descendant. Today, you can offer me a light attribute Genesis stone and we'll write it off. What do you think?" Now that the Demon Tiger race and the Thunder race had eternal gods, Ling Taichu really didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Winged Men race. It would be best if they could negotiate peacefully so that the pressure on them would lessen. My god race is about to rule the world. You lowly humans have been killed. What's there to worry about? If you want to take my stone of light, you'll have to get through me first." Oslo laughed crazily. A ferocious expression appeared on his monstrous face. His wings flapped rapidly, and countless feathers turned into thousands of feather swords that shot towards Ling Taichu. Ling Taichu snorted coldly. His divine energy manifested, and countless golden fiendish auras turned into golden dragon spear shadows that shot towards Oslo. At this moment, the two spatial powers exploded. The terrifying collision was like a natural disaster at the end of the world. The sky was turbulent, and the peerless space collided, creating dazzling sparks. Fortunately, Oslo intercepted Ling Taichu in advance. Otherwise, the space of light would have been destroyed by the aftermath. One gold and one white, both filled with destructive power. The space within 1,000,000 miles was completely destroyed by these two destructive powers. While they were fighting, Ling Xiao and Ling Wudi had already used their extreme speed to rush towards the space of light. "Patriarch Wudi, we only need to lure the Winged Men race's supreme pontiff out. Then we can capture one of them," Ling Xiao reminded. "Alright, as long as you're confident," Ling Wudi replied. The two of them took the opportunity to enter the space of light and immediately sensed that there were many Winged Men race's supreme masters guarding nearby. "Who dares to approach our god race?" A supreme pontiff of the Winged Men race immediately sensed Ling Xiao and Ling Wudi's presence. The Winged Men race knew that when their eternal god was fighting, there would definitely be people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, they had already sent many people to wait outside. As expected, they guessed correctly. There were foreign enemies taking advantage of the situation to attack. However, they found it strange that there were only 2 people from the other side. They really looked down on the Winged Men race. Chapter 1722. There were more than 300 incipient God Realm experts guarding the light space. Only a few of them were from the Winged Men tribe. Most of them were their slaves. Ling Xiao and Ling Wudi knew that the Winged Men tribe had prepared for this, but they didn't expect that it would be so strict. Fortunately, these people were scattered around the light space and not gathered together. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the 2 of them to block the attacks of so many people. "Kill them and lead them out of here." Ling Wudi sent a message to Ling Xiao. Right after that, his dragon aura expanded as he shouted, "You birdmen, come here to die." Ling Wudi's words had ignited the flame of anger of the Winged Men tribe. "How dare you? You lowly humans dare to insult our god clan. You all have to die. Capture them. Enslave them and turn them into the lowest class of commoners. Sacrifice them to the gods. Purify them. Wash their soul consciousness and seal their language. Don't let them talk dirty anymore." Many members of the Winged Men tribe led their puppets to attack. Ling Wudi and Ling Xiao took action instantly. Their powers had reached the peak. Their powers were so immense and formidable. Ling Wudi had the dream of an emperor. He held a dragon seal in his hand and pressed it on the warriors in front of him. The dragon seal's dragon chi was vast and mighty. Golden dragons coiled around it, and it was like a heavy mountain surrounded by dragons as it smashed down. Many warriors of the Winged Men tribe took action at the same time. Flows of powerful energy bombarded the dragon seal. However, they couldn't stop it. Many warriors were smashed into meat paste in just a blink of an eye. Ling Xiao had turned into a black storm, sweeping through the space tens of thousands of miles around. His black wind blades were filled with corrosive power. In just a blink of an eye, some winged men and their puppets were minced into a puddle of blood. "You birdmen are just SOSO," Ling Xiao mocked. "You're too arrogant." I know. Two peak supremes of the Winged Men tribe arrived with many puppets behind them. They attacked at the same time. Their powers had reached the limit. Space energy surged like a rising tide, bombarding Ling Wudi and Ling Xiao. "Let's go!" Ling Wudi shouted at Ling Xiao and ran away at once. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and immediately left this place at full speed. They were trying to lure the snake out of its hole. As long as they could capture a pontiff of the Winged Men tribe, they would have a chance to take the Light Genesis Stone. "Lowly human beings, you can't escape. Become our slaves." A pontiff winged man flapped his wings and chased after Ling Wudi and Ling Xiao. Apart from him, there was also a pinnacle winged being and several pinnacle supreme puppets. The two winged beings were extremely fast. Like two streaks of white light, they chased after him with a single step. This area was their territory, so they were not worried that the other party would play any tricks. Ling Wudi and Ling Xiao stopped after running for some distance. They were going to capture them. "Xiao, can you handle it? It's safer to summon your chaotic thunder dragon," Ling Wudi said with concern. He knew that Ling Xiao was not weak, but facing a pinnacle supreme expert, he was afraid that something might happen to Ling Xiao. "Yes, the chaotic thunder dragon must come out to stop the others," Ling Xiao replied obediently. They had to finish this battle quickly. They had to seize the Genesis Stone before the two eternal gods could decide the winner. Ling Wudi also summoned his golden-scaled snake. The two humans and two beasts had an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, and no one could stop them. The two pontiffs of the Winged Men were the first to chase after them. One of them shouted, "Not running anymore? Then surrender yourself." He sent two crystal palms towards the two humans and two beasts. The two palms were not very big, but the power they contained was terrifying. The other pontiff also attacked. His wings fluttered, and countless feathers shot out like thousands of sharp blades. Each of them contained the power to split mountains and rivers. "Two birdmen, how dare you fight a real dragon? Wait for me to take you down." Ling Wudi stepped forward, blocking in front of Ling Xiao. He formed a dragon seal with both palms and attacked the two jade palms. At the same time, the golden-scaled snake rushed towards the other person's feather attack. It opened its mouth and shot out a beam of golden light. Boom, boom. Powerful forces clashed against each other, producing a terrifying explosion sound. Ling Wudi faced one of the winged men, and the golden-scaled snake faced the other. The battle had begun. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack, four pinnacle supreme expert puppets caught up to him. Without a word, they attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. All kinds of terrifying forces merged into one, and the majestic destructive power was enough to kill any pinnacle supreme expert. The chaotic thunder dragon moved first. It roared and guided the chaotic heavenly lightning to attack, blocking most of the power. Its body swept angrily, dissolving the rest of the power. As the most powerful divine beast, its combat power was naturally not ordinary. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to turn into a gust of wind. He disappeared without a trace and quietly appeared behind a pinnacle supreme expert. His golden fist was like a dragon, and he smashed the pinnacle supreme expert's head with one punch. At the same time, he absorbed the pinnacle supreme expert's divine soul, not wasting a single bit. Another pinnacle supreme expert discovered Ling Xiao's existence. The hammer in his hand smashed down with terrifying power, as if a mountain range was pressing down. This was a pinnacle supreme expert who cultivated the earth element. His strength had reached the point where he could defeat everything with brute force. Unfortunately, he still couldn't stop the winged men's eternal god and became a puppet slave. Ling Xiao knew that they were already under someone's control, and he couldn't show them any mercy. As the mountain range approached, Ling Zhao's soul god turned into the golden dragon spear and attacked the Pinnacle Supreme Expert's divine soul. The Pinnacle Supreme Expert's divine soul was injured, and he immediately cried out in alarm. The attack in his hand automatically dissipated. Ling Zhao attacked again. He turned his palm into a blade and directly slashed the Pinnacle Supreme Expert's neck. A streak of blood appeared, and the Pinnacle Supreme Expert's head was immediately separated from his body. Ling Zhao pointed with his finger, and the Pinnacle Supreme Expert's head exploded. The Pinnacle Supreme Expert's divine soul was once again drawn out. In an instant, 2 Pinnacle Supreme beings died of violent death. This was because Ling Zhao used his full strength to kill them, and also because the chaotic lightning dragon helped him restrain the Pinnacle Supreme Expert. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand his invisible soul power attack. There were already very few people in the world who could be a match for Ling Zhao. On the other side, the chaotic lightning dragon had already torn apart the other 2 Pinnacle Supreme Experts' divine beasts, and it even forced the other 2 Pinnacle Supreme Experts to retreat. After killing the other 2, Ling Zhao's dragon eyes swept across the battlefield, and his soul power swept out mightily. He used the Golden Dragon Spear and the Ice and Fire Swords respectively to attack the 2 Pinnacle Supreme Experts who were entangled with the chaotic lightning dragon. Wherever his soul power reached, the 2 Pinnacle Supreme Experts were immediately injured. The chaotic lightning dragon opened its mouth wide and directly swallowed them, leaving not even ashes behind. Ling Zhao laughed bitterly. "At least leave me my divine soul. What a pity." Ling Zhao sighed. He let him block the other supreme puppets in front of him, and he rushed towards the other 2 winged clan members. However, Ling Wuti shouted, "Zhao, you don't have to come over. I can deal with them alone." Ling Wuti's fists and palms were invincible. His entire person was like a descending emperor, overflowing with dragon qi. His fists and palms were wide open, and there was a surging artistic conception floating around. Every punch and palm had an unparalleled divine might. The winged clan member who was fighting with Ling Wuti was flashing with divine light. His palms kept turning over and over, and from time to time his feathers would wreak havoc. However, Ling Wuti was extraordinarily domineering. The strength of his fists and palms shattered the winged clan member's many attacks, and with absolute strength, he broke through the winged clan member's defenses. Then, the dragon seal pressed down on him. The winged clan member's wings were all broken, and he vomited blood and screamed miserably under the pressure of Ling Wuti's dragon seal. Ling Wuti descended from the sky like a real dragon, and he stepped on the winged clan member's body, causing it to explode. Blood splattered everywhere. The winged clan's soul was scared away. He moved his head and reassembled his body at the fastest speed. At the same time, he shouted in shock, "You lowly human, how dare you injure my sacred body? Go to..." Before he could finish his words, Ling Wuti closed in on him again and smashed his mouth with a punch. Then he grabbed the winged clan member's head and threw him in the direction of Ling Zhao. "I'll leave him to you. I'll take care of the other one," Ling Wuti said and rushed towards the other winged clan member. Ling Zhao caught the half-dead winged clan member and immediately burst out a powerful ice intent to freeze him. Ling Zhao immediately used the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to increase his strength. Then he imprinted many soul spells into the winged clan member's sea of consciousness. The winged clan member couldn't resist at all. Soon he became Ling Zhao's slave. The winged clan member in the other direction wanted to escape, but he couldn't escape from Ling Wuti's terrifying attacks. The Chaos Thunder Dragon blocked the others who came to help. Ling Wuti's terrifying attacks made it difficult for them to break through. "Send them back and bring me the Light Attribute Genesis Stone," Ling Zhao ordered the winged clan member. The winged clan member bowed and said, "Yes, master." Then he returned to the puppets and sent them back to the radiant space. Then he flew into the radiant space. This winged clan member had a very high status in the winged clan. He was a pontiff. It was easy for him to get close to the Light Attribute Genesis Stone. Ling Wuti came to Ling Zhao's side and asked, "Can we succeed?" As long as Tai Chu Ancestor can hold back the opponent's eternal god for half a day, We should be able to succeed. Ling Xiao replied with certainty. That's good. We can't fail. Ling Wudi replied. Ling Xiao also understood the importance of this. Gathering the 9 Genesis stones could not only restore the vitality of the Xianling continent, but also help his ancestor Ling Hongyu take the step to the eternal god realm. Once the Kim people had 2 eternal gods, the whole world would have to bow down to the Kim people. No one could rival them. Not long after, Ling Xiao received a message from the Winged Clan member. He had obtained the Genesis stone. It's a success, Ling Xiao said to Ling Wudi with joy. However, Ling Xiao and Ling Wudi didn't know that the 2 eternal wars had taken a sudden turn. Chapter 1723. In the boundless outer space, Ling Taichu and Austin were engaged in a fierce battle. It was as if 2 completely different spaces were colliding. Intense explosions rang out incessantly. Any living creature that got close to them would be turned into ashes. Both of them were new Eternal Realm experts. Their combat power was almost equal. Neither of them could defeat the other. Just when Ling Taichu was about to use the Golden Dragon altar to suppress Austin, Austin took out a divine fate scepter of light. This was an Eternal Realm divine weapon that was not inferior to the Golden Dragon altar. Looks like I can't suppress him without Dragon Emperor here. Ling Taichu thought to himself. Austin was also shocked. Looks like I've underestimated these lowly humans. They can actually fight on par with me. When Ling Taichu received Ling Wudi's message to obtain the Genesis stone, he wanted to retreat immediately. It's hard to determine the winner if we keep fighting like this. Why don't we fight again next time? Ling Taichu said. Hee, don't think I don't know about your plan to lure me away. But it won't be easy for you to escape now. Austin sneered and continued to attack Ling Taichu. The scepter of light in his hand emitted a dazzling radiance. Rays of holy light shot towards Ling Taichu. Each ray of divine light could shine to the end of the universe. The stars that were swept by it were instantly turned into ashes. Ling Taichu had no desire to continue fighting. He used the Golden Dragon altar to block while retreating at full speed. However, at this moment, 2 auras swept towards them. These 2 auras were extremely overbearing. They were not any weaker than Ling Taichu and Oslo. They were a space that looked like a black hole of demonic clouds and a chaotic heavenly lightning. They were undoubtedly Jiang Xiawang and Lei Zhanyang. Jiang Xiawang and Lei Zhanyang were extremely powerful. They could still feel the powerful fluctuations of the battle from the West Region Road. Therefore, they rushed over at full speed to see what was going on. It seems to be Ling Taichu. Jiang Xiawang shouted with a fierce look. Who is the other guy? He can actually fight with Ling Taichu. Is it really that easy to reach the Eternal Realm these days? Lei Zhanyang felt very unbalanced. He had barely managed to break through to the Eternal Realm in the Primal Chaos Thunder Dominion, but now he had seen several existences in the Eternal Realm, which made him feel very unhappy. That's the annoying winged people. I didn't expect them to have people who have broken through to this realm. No wonder the East Region Road has been restless all this time. Jiang Xie Wang said with a frown. The Devil Tiger race and the Winged Man race were once enemies. Although they rarely clashed over the years, they cultivated 2 opposing attributes, so it was natural for them to hate each other. No matter what, our chance has come. Let's take this chance to kill Ling Taichu first. Thunderous battle, Yang said. Jiang Xiawang's eyes narrowed, and then he said excitedly, this is indeed a good opportunity. Ling Taichu and Oslo also sensed Jiang Xie Wang and Lei Zhanyang's arrival and stopped fighting. Ling Taichu swept a glance at them and his expression immediately turned ugly. Ling Taichu, it hasn't been long since we last met. Jiang Xie Wang sneered. Thunderous battle moved to the other side and formed an encirclement around Ling Taichu with evil Jiang. What do you want? Ling Taichu asked with a frown. It would be very strenuous for him to fight against 3 enemies. Most importantly, the Dragon Emperor was not here, so he had no chance of winning. Thunderous battle, Yang smiled. Not long ago, we fought to a draw. Why don't we spar again now? Have you forgotten the agreement between us? Ling Taichu retorted. Hee, the agreement is not to attack the heaven region. Now, it's a spar between us. Jianghu Wang laughed, and his strength immediately soared. He then said to Oslo, how about the three of us take him down first? Hesitation flashed across Oslo's face, but in the end he agreed, why don't you fight him? I'll watch from the side. Just as Oslo finished speaking, Ling Taichu suddenly soared into the sky. He did not fight against the three Eternal Realm experts. Ling Taichu, don't even think of escaping. Jianghu Wang immediately locked onto Ling Taichu, and several black holes of demonic clouds came down from the sky. At the same time, thunderous battle yang attracted countless chaotic heavenly lightning to descend from the sky and surround Ling Taichu. You've gone too far. When I leave, I'll destroy all of your territories. Ling Taichu roared in shock. Ling Taichu struck out the golden dragon altar, and countless golden dragons roared in all directions. The powerful force simultaneously shattered the two incoming spatial powers. But because of this, he was blocked and could not immediately escape. Since that's the case, then let's settle this today. Either you die or I die. Jianghu Wang said fiercely. Thunderous battle yang did not say anything else, and he attracted the destructive chaotic heavenly lightning to strike down. The three Eternal Realm experts clashed, and a terrible shock was set off in the outer realms. Far away on the continents, people could feel the terrible changes between heaven and earth, and they all trembled in fear. Oslo did not watch the battle, and only watched coldly. He was the only one who could get close to this place. If it were any other person or creature that got close, they would be turned into dust. Seems like unifying the universe is impossible, unless both sides suffer. Oslo thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt a strange fluctuation in a distant place, and his eyes narrowed. Someone succeeded in stealing the light stone. What a good move! Oslo watched the battle between the three and finally decided not to watch the battle. Who dares to steal the treasure of my god race? They must be tired of living. Oslo dashed in a direction. His speed could be described as teleportation, and in the blink of an eye, he was thousands of miles away. Ling Xiao and Ling Wudi, who had just obtained the Genesis Stone, were about to leave at full speed, but they felt a dazzling light moving towards them. Not good, the winged tribe's eternal god is back. Ling Xiao and Ling Wudi's expressions changed. Two lowly insects, I don't know how you stole the light stone, but don't even think about leaving today. Oslo's voice came from far away. Ling Xiao immediately summoned the winged tribe member, kill him. Then he ordered the Chaos Thunder Dragon to burst out the power of the Dragon Ball, carrying him and Ling Wudi to escape. They were scared out of their wits, and they wondered if Ling Taichu had been defeated. If that was the case, then they would be dead for sure. Under Ling Xiao's control, the winged tribe member stood in the direction of the surging white light and exploded. Rumble. Unfortunately, his power was no different from a firefly in front of the eternal god, and he couldn't stop Oslo at all. Lowly insects, how dare you control the people of my race? I can't let you live. Oslo roared fiercely, and a feather flew towards Ling Xiao and Ling Wudi like an arrow. Swoosh! Just how terrifying was the power contained within this arrow? It was like a meteor crashing down and exploding. There was nothing that could stop it. Ling Xiao and Ling Wudi felt goosebumps all over their bodies. They were very perceptive, so they fled in two different directions. However, the Chaos Thunder Dragon was not so lucky. When it was hit by the arrow, it immediately let out a shocking explosion. In an instant, dragon scales and blood splattered everywhere, and the dragon roared angrily. More than half of its huge body had been destroyed. The Chaos Thunder Dragon was on the verge of death. If not for the power of the Dragon Ball, it would have died a violent death. Thunder Dragon, come back. Ling Xiao immediately summoned it back. Ling Xiao did not want to lose such a powerful guardian beast, so under his summon, the Chaos Thunder Dragon flew towards his medicine cauldron. He only needed a moment to absorb it into the medicine cauldron to protect its life. You want to save it? Do you think a worm like you can do that? Oslo had already closed in. He sneered, and a beam of light shot out, binding the Chaos Thunder Dragon's body in place. "Die for me!" Oslo roared, and with a clench of his hand, the upper half of the Chaos Thunder Dragon's body was crushed. Ling Xiao felt the Chaos Thunder Dragon's aura sever, and he couldn't help but roar. Rumble! No matter how hard the Chaos Thunder Dragon struggled, it couldn't escape the fate of being crushed into pieces. It turned into a beautiful flower of blood in the sky, like a drop of water in the sea, and disappeared. Only a single Dragon Ball was able to remain intact under such a powerful energy. However, its energy was nearly exhausted, and it was swept into an unknown spatial crack. "Go!" Ling Wudi pulled Ling Xiao, and fled at full speed at all costs. His blood was burning, and his strength was raised to the extreme, passing through layers of space, hoping to get rid of Oslo. However, no matter how fast he couldn't escape from Oslo's 5 fingers. They saw a wing waving from the distant sky, and it turned over toward them. The majestic power made them feel suffocated, and made them feel despair. "Try your best. Little Xiao, you go first. I'll stop him." At the critical moment, Ling Wudi shouted resolutely. His aura changed. In just a blink of an eye, he had become 100 meters tall, a gold giant. His golden aura sparkled, and his bursting power made people look at him. At the same time, a massive dragon seal appeared in his hand, which looked like a small square. He used his mountain-moving power, shouldering the massive dragon seal to welcome the flapping wing. Rumble! Ling Wudi was blown away with the massive seal. However, he flew back immediately, and the dragon seal turned into a dragon and stormed over. That power was earth-shaking, enough to kill any incipient God Realm expert at any realm. It was definitely a power that surpassed the incipient God Realm. Although it couldn't be compared to the Eternal Realm, it could resist for a while. Ling Xiao didn't expect that his ancestor could have such a formidable power. That dragon seal was made of the toughest divine material in this world, and it couldn't break after one strike. He didn't have time to think more. If he didn't leave, he would die here. He turned into a wind mark, wanting to run away, but it was too late. Chapter 1724. I can't believe that the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop of those reptiles of the Soul Clan has reappeared. Do you think you can run away? Oslo's voice arose faintly. Many arrows were aimed at Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao was fast, he couldn't be faster than the eternal god's power. Ling Xiao didn't think much. He immediately opened his Chaos World to create the strongest defense. Boom! The Chaos World was almost smashed. Ling Xiao was blown away for a long distance. He was hurt badly. You've already condensed the power of space? That's even more of a problem. Oslo was surprised, and then he attacked Ling Xiao again. This time, his power was stronger. He had to kill Ling Xiao in one strike. Ling Wudi roared. He was like an ancient giant, pouring all of his energy into the dragon seal and pounding on Oslo. This dragon seal was like a falling star with endless energy. It was enough to crush many incipient God Realm experts. It was Ling Wudi's formidable power, which was close to the eternal God Realm. If you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Oslo snorted. He swung his light scepter and a dazzling light swept over. The light column was like a column with heaven-defying power. It hit the tough dragon seal and turned it into powder. Ling Wudi's hands were smashed into meat paste. The light column continued to pierce through his body. At the critical moment, he broke the jade tube that Ling Taichu had given him. He had used Ling Taichu's soul consciousness clone to block this fatal attack. Ling Wudi was blown away for tens of thousands of miles. It was impossible for him to recover immediately. Luckily, Oslo's target was Ling Xiao. He thought that Ling Wudi would die for sure. Thus, he didn't pay much attention to him. That was why he was lucky enough to escape this calamity. I didn't expect that you Kim people would have such extraordinary characters. Today, I must kill all of you. Otherwise, 10,000 years later, it will be a catastrophe for us gods," said Oslo with a thick murderous aura. Boundless light power flickered, and balls of sacred light shrouded Ling Xiao. These lights seemed pure and flawless, but they contained boundless killing intent. Even if Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, it would still be difficult for him to break free from the shroud of this world of light. Rays of light turned into arrows and shot towards Ling Xiao. As Ling Xiao supported the primal chaos world, he summoned his 2 heavenly jewels. His hands transformed into a Taiji circular millstone, forming an infinite defense. However, these arrows were too dense. His chaos world could not withstand them and was pierced through by 10,000 arrows. In an instant, they arrived in front of his Tai Chi millstone. Ding dang ding dang. The Taiji millstone formed the strongest combination of yin and yang power, dispersing most of the arrows and producing a crisp sound of crisscrossing. Alas, there was a limit to Ling Xiao's strength, and the Tai Chi grindstone was also unable to withstand it. The 2 heavenly jewels were sent flying, and many arrows pierced through his body. His physical body was comparable to a pinnacle ancient god artifact, but in the face of this destructive divine light, it was nothing. Thousands of arrows pierced through Ling Xiao's heart. His physical body was completely destroyed, and divine blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sky red. The dragon phoenix divine hoop on his forehead emitted a dazzling divine light, trying its best to block these arrows, but it was all in vain. The dragon phoenix divine hoop could not withstand it and began to crack. When the dragon phoenix divine hoop was completely destroyed, it would be the time of Ling Xiao's death. In the face of death, Ling Chen smiled indifferently. The most important people in his life flashed through his mind, and he remembered the happy times he spent with them. He couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Meng Qi Yun, farewell. Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. Ding. The dragon phoenix divine hoop that had saved his life many times finally could not withstand it anymore and began to crack. Just as the arrow was about to blast his head into smithereens, a wisp of baleful gold light flashed a step ahead of it and completely eliminated the divine light. You're courting death, you dare to kill my clansmen. Ling Taichu arrived in time. He could not help but roar, and countless golden fiend energy bombarded Oslo. At this time, Ling Taichu's condition was not much better. He was forced into a dangerous situation by Jiang Xiawang and Lei Zhanyang. It was not easy for him to be injured, but he still broke out of the encirclement and came to help. While he was attacking Oslo with all his strength, Jiang Xiawang and Lei Zhanyang had already arrived and surrounded him. You lowly worm, how dare you insult the celestial race? Today, I'll let you ascend to heaven. Oslo was furious. He hated it when people called them birdmen. Oslo waved the scepter of light and blocked all of Ling Taichu's attacks. Then he joined Jiang Xiawang and Lei Zhanyang to besiege Ling Taichu. Fighting 3 against 1, Ling Taichu was immediately suppressed, and the situation was even more dangerous. Even so, he had already escorted Ling Xiao to a faraway place. Ling Xiao was lucky enough to escape the disaster. Ling Xiao's head wasn't damaged at all, and his fleshly body quickly regenerated. At the same time, the primal chaos world began to emit a strange clanging sound as it absorbed the power of the 3 eternal gods, causing it to gradually grow stronger. After Ling Xiao escaped death, he immediately summoned the 2 divine jewels back into his consciousness. Many divine objects flew out of the cauldron and were absorbed by him in an instant. His body quickly reconstructed. I wonder how old ancestor Wu Di is doing. I hope he's fine. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He looked at the battle between the 4 eternal gods in the distance. The terrifying power almost caused the sky to tremble and overturn. Old ancestor Tai Chu is fighting 1 against 3. The situation is terrible. Now that things have come to this, what can I do to help? For the first time, Ling Xiao felt helpless. For so many years, he had been pursuing the pinnacle of power, and his strength had increased rapidly. But in the end, he found that there was still a gap that he could not cross, and he could no longer beat back enemies of a higher level like before. He was still too short of time. If he was given 1,000 years, no, 100 years, with his talent, he might really be able to reach the eternal realm. At that time, who would be a match for him among those of the same level? If I stay, I will only be a burden to old ancestor Tai Chu. I can't help him at all. I can only hope that he can break out of the encirclement. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but decided to retreat first. He would not be like those hot-blooded youths who would stay and throw away their lives. After all, he had no means or trump cards to help. At this time, an earth-shattering tiger roar rang out. The terrifying sound waves shook Ling Xiao's blood and qi, and his internal organs were almost shattered. Black Demon Tiger Emperor. Ling Xiao's entire body was ice-cold. A terrifying black demon tiger emperor that was as black as 100 mountains appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Its black fur was glistening, and its needles were like sharp black blades, sending chills down one's spine. Its cold eyes flashed, and its sharp, bloodthirsty fangs exuded a thick killing intent. Ling Xiao retreated without hesitation. He knew that he had no chance of winning against such a terrifying existence. But how could such a terrifying black demon tiger emperor allow him to leave so easily? It opened its mouth wide, and it seemed to turn into a terrifying black hole that could devour millions of miles of space. No matter how fast Ling Xiao was, he could not escape the black demon tiger emperor's encirclement. His entire body was sucked into the black demon tiger emperor's mouth. In this crisis, Ling Xiao threw many heavenly lightning beads into the black demon tiger emperor's mouth. He had obtained these heavenly lightning beads from the Thunder Clan, and he had accumulated them over the years. There were dozens of them, and when stacked together, the terrifying destructive power they could produce was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. However, the Black Demon Tiger King's intelligence had already reached the level of a monster. It was naturally aware of the extraordinary power of these heavenly lightning balls. The Black Demon Tiger King turned its suction force into a force that pushed the heavenly lightning balls and Ling Xiao far away. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to flee again, but the Black Demon Tiger Emperor was faster than him. It appeared in front of him once again, trying to devour him. A mere beast dares to take my life? You're not qualified. Ling Xiao roared angrily, and two heavenly jewels were blasted out at the same time. Tai Chi sealing extermination. At the same time, his divine spirit doppelganger sneaked out and flew directly above the Black Demon Tiger Emperor's head. Two beams of light shot out from his fingers. The Black Demon Tiger Emperor first slapped out two heavenly jewels, severely injuring Ling Xiao's physical body. However, it did not expect Ling Xiao's doppelganger to close in, and its two bell-sized eyes were struck by Ling Xiao's power that contained heavenly fire. The Black Demon Tiger Emperor's eyes burned with pain. It roared again and again, waving its front claws and shaking the space around it. Ling Xiao's real body and doppelganger were sent flying. They combined into one again and fled at full speed. He was not confident that he could kill the Black Demon Tiger Emperor with just heavenly fire alone. The Black Demon Tiger Emperor was an existence that had reached the ancient era, and not an ordinary divine origin item could harm it. Ling Xiao fled with all his might. Even he did not know where he was flying to, nor did he know how many tens of millions of miles he had fled, or how many endless spatial turbulence he had traversed. He swore that this was the fastest he had ever fled, and it was also the most embarrassing he had ever fled. However, no matter how fast he ran, the gap between their cultivation levels was too great. There was no way he could shake off the Black Demon Tiger Emperor. The Black Demon Tiger Emperor had already recovered from its injuries. It leaped up and arrived behind Ling Xiao in a few leaps. A stream of corrosive dark energy rushed toward him. In this shocking explosion, Ling Xiao's divine body exploded once again. The numerous wisps of chaotic qi around his body could not withstand this terrifying attack. I'm really going to die this time. I can't hold on any longer. Ling Xiao despaired. At this time, his divine obsidian cauldron changed from a ring to a divine cauldron. It became incomparably huge in the blink of an eye, and a simple and ancient aura filled the air. Ling Xiao's doppelganger carried the divine cauldron and charged toward the Black Demon Tiger Emperor. This was a top-grade divine cauldron. If it could not withstand the attack, then he would not be able to survive either. The Black Demon Tiger Emperor's front claws slammed down, and the terrifying force caused the divine cauldron to crack. The divine cauldron was sent flying somewhere, and the Black Demon Tiger Emperor's spiritual soul was also turned to dust by this force. Although Ling Xiao managed to buy himself some time, he still could not escape death in the end. Roar! A terrifying force shot out from the Black Demon Tiger Emperor's mouth and instantly drowned his fleeing true body. Chapter 1725. During the Eternal War, Ling Taichu's body was covered in blood. He was heavily injured many times, but he managed to resurrect himself with great difficulty. As an Eternal Realm expert, he could not be killed easily. Even a drop of blood essence could injure him severely. He risked his life and slashed at Jianghu. He was the main culprit behind the war, so he had to be killed. However, his efforts were futile. Under the joint attack of the three, Jiang Xiawang only suffered some injuries and recovered quickly. Ling Taichu, your juniors are already dead. Go down and accompany them. Jiang Xiawang roared ferociously. As he finished speaking, he turned into an unprecedented black hole of demonic clouds. He poured out all his energy, enveloping an area of 1,000,000 miles. He wanted to suck Ling Taichu into it and refine him. Lei Zhanyang was also fighting with all his might. Chaotic heavenly lightning filled his surroundings. Every bolt of lightning was earth-shattering, and they were all aimed at Ling Taichu. This was the reappearance of the chaotic lightning domain. The scepter in Oslo's hand burst forth with boundless power. Holy light shone on all living beings. Every ray of light contained a special ability to seal and control. The three Eternal Realm experts attacked with all their might. The endless space was replaced by their spatial energy. The area of 1,000,000 miles was filled with the flickering light of their attributes. At this incomparably critical moment, a furious roar shook millions of miles. The terrifying dragon roar dispersed most of the power of the three Eternal Realm experts, greatly reducing their power. An ancient dragon more than 100,000 meters long rushed over from the horizon. It was Ling Taichu's divine beast, the Golden Dragon Emperor. Before Ling Taichu sensed Jiang Xiawang and Lei Zhanyang's arrival, he had already summoned the ancient Dragon Emperor and rushed out of the clan's territory. At their level, it was impossible for the distance between the inner and outer regions to block their senses. The ancient Dragon Emperor rushed over at the fastest speed. Fortunately, he managed to catch up, or else Ling Taichu would be in danger. Jiang Xiawang, you dare to kill a junior of my clan. I, Ling Taichu, will not rest until your Demon Tiger clan is dead. Ling Taichu was completely enraged. He didn't know if it was Ling Wudi or Ling Xiao, but no matter who it was, it made him completely crazy. He activated the Golden Dragon Altar and sprinkled some blood essence on the Golden Dragon Altar. Countless golden dragons rushed out, each one several times stronger than before. These terrifying golden dragons instantly destroyed Jiang Xiawang's demonic cloud black hole. Several golden dragons devoured Jiang Xiawang's body, causing him to scream and retreat. Just as Lei Zhanyang and Oslo wanted to help, the primordious dragon had already rushed over. Its incomparably terrifying dragon body swept over. Boundless lightning and terrifying light beams were all swept away. When the primordious dragon unleashed all of its power, it was not something that could be withstood by someone of the same level. The Dragon Pearl's 150 times combat power was not its limit. If it really went all out, it would be able to increase its combat power by at least 300 times. However, doing so would greatly damage its body. It held Lei Zhanyang and Oslo back so that Ling Taichu could kill Jiang Xiawang first. After that, it would defeat them one by one. Jiang Xiawang was also frightened by Ling Taichu's desperation. Ling Taichu had the Golden Dragon Altar, a true eternal divine weapon. It was impossible for Jiang Xiawang to resist. When he realized that no one was coming to help, he quickly summoned his Black Demon Tiger Emperor. Kill! Ling Taichu's eyes were red with anger. He punched out, and countless golden dragons, golden spears, and golden dragon altar rushed out at the same time. Terrifying energy surged in all directions, and the sky darkened. In another direction, Oslo, who was fighting with the primordious dragon, suddenly gave up and retreated to the radiant space alone. People of the Gold Tribe, you have stolen my tribe's light stone. This matter is settled. Oslo said and left without looking back. Oslo did not expect Ling Taichu to have cultivated such an ancient dragon. If they could not kill Ling Taichu and the primordious dragon today, it would be a disaster for the Winged Men tribe. Therefore, Oslo had no choice but to retreat. He could only hope that Ling Taichu would not target the Winged Men tribe in the future. Once Oslo retreated, Lei Zhanyang lost the will to fight. With his strength, he had almost no chance of winning against the primordious dragon. Xie Wang, let's retreat first. Lei Zhanyang shouted in shock. He gathered all the chaotic lightning and fled into the distance. On the other side, Jiang Xie Wang also had the intention to retreat. However, Ling Taichu's attacks were too crazy, and he could not escape. Fortunately, his black demon tiger emperor rushed over, giving him a chance to catch his breath. However, Ling Taichu seemed to have steeled his heart to kill him. He ordered the primordious dragon to attack him together. Jiang Xie Wang and the black demon tiger emperor were beaten into a sorry state. In the end, they retreated with heavy injuries. The main reason was that Ling Taichu had exhausted too much of his energy in the battle against the three of them. He had already reached his limit. If he was in his peak condition, he would have been able to force Jiang Xie Wang to stay. Ling Taichu was also wounded badly. His god blood splashed and turned into golden ghost blood qi. Each flow of golden ghost blood qi was enough to kill any incipient god realm expert. He leaped onto the primordious dragon and used his soul consciousness to scan around. Then he dashed in a direction. Soon, Ling Taichu and the primordious dragon arrived in another area. They saw a crippled body floating in a turbulent area. Wudi, you have to hold on. Ling Taichu screamed in fear. A drop of blood flew out from his fingertip and flew towards Ling Wudi, who was almost dead. Swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, an incomparably powerful blood qi shot up into the sky. Ling Wudi was wrapped in a blood cocoon. His life energy was recovering rapidly. Soon, Ling Wudi's broken body was restored, and his aura was gradually recovering. Ling Taichu did not wait for Ling Wudi to recover completely. He wrapped him up and flew in another direction. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where Ling Xiao was killed. He made a hand seal to trace the origin. When he saw Ling Xiao being killed by the Black Demon Tiger Emperor, he sighed and said, "Such an outstanding youngster has fallen. It's really a shame for our Kim people." Ling Taichu was so sad. Even if he had supernatural means, he could not reassemble Ling Xiao's god soul and body. Ling Wudi also recovered at this time. He asked, "Little Xiao, he's dead?" Ling Taichu kept quiet. He did not need to say more. Sigh, little Xiao was so talented but he died at such a young age. It's really a great loss for our Kim people. Ling Wudi looked up to the sky and sighed. Let's go. He has done so many things for our clan. We will remember him in our hearts. Ling Taichu mourned for a while and then took Ling Wudi back to the heaven area. The end of this battle was filled with endless sorrow. Far away in the Xianling continent, all of Ling Xiao's relatives were gathered here. They were temporarily brought back by Ling Xiao when he returned to the Xianling continent. This was also to prevent them from being affected by the battle in the heaven area. Ling Xiao's women all noticed that the jade tube of life that Ling Xiao had given them had been shattered into pieces. All of them burst into tears. Sister Yun, husband, he really... Ji Beixin pushed open the door to Feng Xinyun's room and asked. Feng Xinyun's face was full of tears. She did not need to explain anything. The expression on her face proved everything. No, husband is so powerful. How could he die? Ji Beixin could not accept the truth. At this time, the other women also appeared in front of Feng Xinyun's room. One by one, they burst into tears. I don't believe that young master would die. He has been through so many dangerous situations. He will come back to us soon. Bai Yushi was the one who had been by Ling Xiao's side for the longest time. She had been with Ling Xiao since she was in Meteor City. She remembered that Ling Xiao had buried her mother, and she had volunteered to be his slave. However, Ling Xiao had never treated her like a slave. Instead, he had coaxed and protected her in every possible way. In a fit of rage, he had stormed into the Li family's brothel and forcefully rescued her. Because of all the things that had happened many years ago, Bai Yushi had long regarded Ling Xiao as the most important person in her life. Even if she had to die for him, she would not have any objections. Now that her young master's jade tube of life had been shattered, whether she accepted the truth or not, there was nothing she could do to change it. My husband's heavenly talent is outstanding. He has surpassed the ancients and is proud of the present. Other than the eternal divinity, who else could take his life? Today, I, Yun Mingqi, will definitely become the eternal divinity and help my husband kill his mortal enemy. Yun Mingqi's words were sonorous, her tears like jade, her anger overflowing. She and Ling Xiao could be considered as a pair of mandarin ducks. Ever since they met, it had been difficult for them to be together. Ling Xiao had overcome countless difficulties to catch up to her. However, many twists and turns later on, the two of them had been forcefully separated. They were only reunited after many years. Everything that Ling Xiao had experienced had been deeply imprinted in her heart. It was difficult for her to forget it for the rest of her life. Ling Xiao's death had shattered her heart. However, her will for revenge had gradually risen. All the women present felt as if their hearts were being cut by knives. Their beautiful eyes were suffused with scarlet. Their resentment soared to the sky. Almost all the spiritual beasts in the rainy swamp mountain range were terrified. When the other followers of Ling Xiao received the news of Ling Xiao's death, they were all incomparably angry and unable to accept it. Cruel Leopard, Yun Feng, Solitary Eagle, and the others all wanted to kill their way back to the Heaven Domain and fight the Devil Tiger race. However, the demonic emperor and mad monk calmed them down and stopped them from acting impulsively. Palace Lord, I, Solitary Eagle, swear that I will definitely take revenge for you in the future. Solitary Eagle bit the corner of his mouth and made a blood oath. Li Kuanghu's tiger eyes flickered with strong killing intent. He didn't say anything and turned around to find a place to go into seclusion. Only by becoming stronger could he avenge his palace lord. Boss, I don't believe that you will die. You are blessed and will definitely be reborn. Before you return, I will definitely help you take care of Ling Yu, Ling Zhe, Bing Shui, Su Ri, and the others. One day, they will definitely be able to restore your invincible prestige and sweep across the universe. Yunfeng's eyes were filled with tears as he clenched his fists and said, "Endure, endure, endure. My father has already fallen. He must have died in the hands of the eternal god of the Devil Tiger race. If not, no one in the world can harm him. How long do I have to endure? I want to kill everyone in the Devil Tiger race." Feng Lingtian clenched his fists tightly and shouted. His tears slowly flowed out. The pain he felt was indescribable. What? Your father actually died? How is this possible? Didn't Kim people also have an eternal god? How can this be? The elder cried out in alarm. Ling Xiao was already a legendary figure in the Heaven Domain. In a short span of 200 to 300 years, he created one miracle after another, becoming one of the most revered figures of the later generations. Even the figures of the older generation couldn't help but feel reverence for him. Let me go, I want to be irreconcilable with the people of the Devil Tiger race. Feng Lingtian roared once again. Child, how heroic was your father? He has already fallen. You have to calm down. Wait until the day you achieve eternal God, then it won't be too late to sweep through the Devil Tiger race. The elder sighed and suddenly made a move. He knocked Feng Lingtian unconscious and brought him back to the race. Ling Zhao's death had hurt the people close to him a lot. However, it had also ignited the seed of revenge in their hearts. They worked hard and tried their best to cultivate. One day, they would flatten the Devil Tiger race and take revenge for Ling Xiao. In the dragon-gazing mountain range, Ling Xiao had a monument erected for the descendants of the Kim people to worship him. It was the great deeds that Ling Xiao had done for the Kim people. He would be worshipped and worshipped by the descendants of the Kim people forever. After Ling Taichu returned to the clan to rest for 1 month, he and the ancient dragon directly went to the Heaven Source area to sweep the Devil Tiger race and restore the peace of the Heaven Source area. However, the Heaven Source area had been ruled by the Devil Tiger race for 2 years. They had lost many families, forces, and hotshots. It would take them another 1,000 years to recover. Right after that, Ling Taichu went to the Heaven Tiger area to sweep all the evil forces that belonged to the Devil Tiger race. He had used the true flame of his eternal god. He had killed around 200 or 300 incipient god realm experts in the Heaven Tiger area. The eternal god of the Devil Tiger race, Jianghu, didn't come out to challenge Ling Taichu. Less than 2 days later, Ling Taichu had wiped out all the forces of the Devil Tiger race. He had announced, "If the Devil Tiger race dares to step into the Heaven territory again, we will kill them without mercy." Ling Taichu had used his prestige alone to shock the entire Heaven territory. It had also pushed the Kim people to the peak of the Heaven territory. They had become the most arrogant existences in the Heaven territory. Many young warriors in the Heaven territory wanted to join the Dragon Gate and become their disciples. Their main purpose was to form an alliance with the Kim people. They wanted their disciples to become the eternal god's disciples so that they could be protected. Ling Taichu didn't have the time to care about these things at the moment. He went straight to the outskirts of the Heaven region and left a divine sense avatar outside the Heaven region with his supreme strength. As long as Jiang Xiawang, Lei Zhanyang, Oslo, and the others appeared, he would be the first to know and stop them from entering the Heaven region. His purpose was to prevent Jiang Xiawang and the others from destroying the Heaven territory in desperation. That would be a disaster for everyone in the Heaven territory. Therefore, Ling Taichu had to make some preparations to fight. After doing all this, Ling Taichu used his own name to summon the God-grade formation masters in the Heaven territory. These usually arrogant formation masters came out from all over the world and rushed towards the Kim people. No one in the world dared to go against the summons of the Eternal God. If they could receive the care of the Eternal God, they would definitely become the most respected person in the Heaven territory in the future. They might even obtain some unexpected gains. There were nearly 30 God-grade formation masters in total. They usually lived in seclusion in the mountains and rivers and rarely came out. Now, they were all gathered together, waiting for Ling Taichu's orders. In the end, they all knew that Ling Taichu wanted them to set up the origin formation. This was a heaven-defying formation. Legend had it that it could create an ancient star field. Once the origin formation was completed, it would become a Heaven territory, or even more than that. This kind of formation could absorb a lot of origin energy from the outer domain and form a circular boundary, making all things immortal. It was a pity that the divine formation masters present were all old monsters who had studied formations for many years, but none of them understood this heaven-defying formation that only belonged to the legends. This was a kind of formation that had been lost since ancient times. No one had obtained its inheritance. It would probably be difficult for it to reappear in the world. When the Kim people heard the words of these divine formation masters, they were all extremely disappointed. The light attribute Genesis stone that Ling Xiao obtained from the light space had already been handed over to Ling Wudi. Otherwise, his death might also destroy the light attribute Genesis stone. Now that the 9 Genesis stones had been gathered, they just lacked the legendary origin formation. If Ling Hongyu wanted to perfectly leave the Xianling continent and become the new eternal god, it would undoubtedly be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Ling Taichu and the others almost gave up on this idea. On this continent, there were actually dozens of ordinary families, like people living in seclusion. It was really unbelievable. These people ranged from children to the elderly, and all of them were very strong, just that their clothes were a little primitive. Chapter 1727. A child breathed in the morning sun while an old farmer enjoyed the beauty of the moon. This hidden, unknown land was a rare place to live. This place was full of blooming flowers, lush green grass, murmuring streams, friendly spirit birds, and thick spirit qi. This place could be called a paradise. In a courtyard, a young man dressed in extremely simple clothes held a divine brush in his hand and stood in the position of the 8 trigrams. Ancient characters appeared behind him one after another. Qian, Kuan, Jin, Sun, Ken, Li, Zhen, and Dui. The 8 ancient characters sparkled with holy divine light. From time to time, they turned into the 8 diagrams and spun around. Flows of essence qi from heaven and earth congregated on the man's divine brush. Beams of divine light sparkled with mysterious patterns that were similar to the 8 diagrams in this space. However, it was a smaller version. Qian is the sky, Kuan is the earth, Zhen is the thunder, Sun is the wind, Ken is the water, Li is the fire, Zhen is the mountain, and Dui is the lake. The young man mumbled. His hands moved faster. The divine brush shot out beams of light everywhere. Beast pellets with different attributes flew around the manor. Boom! All of a sudden, an earth-shaking sound arose. A mass of primal chaos divine light appeared and covered the entire manor. Countless wisps of essence qi swarmed toward this place. The strange phenomenon that had occurred here had already been seen by the people nearby. However, they just glanced at this place. Their faces didn't change much. After a while, the halo of the manor stabilized. 5-colored energy shrouded the place, making it look so magnificent and sacred. I've finally studied the 8 diagrams formation. The young man was so happy that he laughed crazily. This man looked disheveled with messy hair. His simple clothes were torn and tattered. Many parts of his body were dirty. He looked like a refugee. However, when he lifted his jet black hair, a handsome face was revealed. His smile was filled with boundless excitement. With a closer look, this young man was Ling Zhao's brother, Xian Yao, who had been separated from him for around 200 years. That year, Ling Zhao had asked his people to pay attention to Xian Yao's whereabouts. Unfortunately, there was no news of him. He didn't expect that he would come to this outer space. It was really puzzling. It should be noted that he was at the half-incipient god realm. He hadn't reached the incipient god realm yet. How could he move in outer space and intrude this small world? At this time, a faintly discernible voice sounded, "Not bad, you have already grasped the basics of the 8 trigrams formation. However, this is only the minor 8 trigrams formation. It is still far from the major 8 trigrams formation. Continue to work hard." Aside from Xian Yao, there was no one else in the manor. No one knew where the voice was coming from. Xian Yao's smile froze, and his entire body collapsed as he cried out, "Old man, please let me go. Didn't you say that you would let me go back to the heaven region after I set up the minor heavenly cycle 8 trigrams formation? I'm talking about waiting for you to set up the great heavenly cycle 8 trigrams formation and walk out of here by yourself." The voice sounded again. "Old man, you're not trustworthy. I've been trapped here for 100 years. Can't you let me go back and see my old friends before coming back?" Xian Yao said with a sad face. "What's the use of going back to the heaven realm now? Your old friends might not be here anymore. You should know that. I'll give you another 100 years to walk out of the great heavenly cycle formation by yourself. Then I'll let you go." Xian Yao slumped on the ground. He looked up at the sky and sighed. Boss has the fate of an immortal cockroach, but he is destined to face a death tribulation. If he passes it, he will definitely become a wind and rain dragon. If he can't, then he's really dead. Xian Yao took out another turtle shell, shook it a bit, and began his divination. However, after several divinations, he couldn't see anything. He even used his blood essence to try to find out whether Ling Zhao was dead or alive. Don't waste your efforts. With your cultivation level, you can't see through the reincarnation of a dead person. Cultivate well. Maybe in less than 100 years, you'll be able to walk out of here. The old voice sounded again. "Old man, can you help me do a divination?" Xian Yao begged. However, the old voice didn't sound again. Xian Yao's pleas were useless. In the end, he could only shout, "Why do I need 100 years? Old man, just you wait. I'll definitely be able to escape in 10 years. Xian Yao stopped studying formations. Instead, he began to cultivate to increase his strength. As long as he reached the supremacy stage, he would definitely be able to break through this great heavenly cycle 8 trigrams formation. In the turbulent space near the radiant space, an eternal battle had taken place here, leaving behind unerasable traces. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't in the outer realm, it would definitely become a good place for young talents to comprehend and cultivate. Unfortunately, this was the boundless outer realm. Even if it had been smashed into nothingness by the eternal God, it would gradually return to its original turbulent space with the passage of time. The space was boundless and dark. There wasn't a single trace of life in it. It was completely dead silent. In an inconspicuous location, there were specks of sparkling green energy floating in the wind. These specks of green energy couldn't be seen clearly with the naked eye. They weren't even 1/10 the size of a pinky finger. Like a glowing insect, they floated in the wind and flew tens of thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. But at this moment, the green light seemed to grow a little bigger, and the light also seemed to be a little brighter. This speck of energy was like a speck of dust. Even if someone was here, they wouldn't care about its existence. In the blink of an eye, the stars changed and 50 years passed. A carefree laugh came from the hidden space on the northern realm path. Haha, I can finally walk out of the great heavenly cycle 8 trigrams formation. Xian Yao wore a tattered robe embroidered with the 8 trigrams divine steps as he walked among the mysterious formation patterns in the sky. His long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. He had an extraordinary aura, and as he walked, it was as if he had merged with heaven and earth. He was like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. In the void, a white-haired figure appeared. This person's attire was similar to Xian Yao's. He wore the 8 trigrams formation and had a strange cross-shaped divine weapon on his back. He had an excessively youthful face that could make young people in their 20s sigh in admiration. This was an old monster who had returned to his youth. He was tall and thin with white hair and a youthful face. He had an otherworldly charm as he looked at Xian Yao with satisfaction. Very good. I didn't expect you to use 150 years to use formations as your Tao. You broke into the supremacy stage and even walked out of the great heavenly cycle 8 trigrams formation. I believe you have some control over it. The youthful elder smiled. Greetings, old man. Xian Yao bowed respectfully to the elder. He then asked, Can I return to the heaven region now? You can return at any time. However, I'm afraid your return will be in vain. The youthful elder said. Xian Yao immediately calculated with his fingers and looked in a direction. So my old friend is already in my hometown. I feel that they need me. I have to return immediately. After saying that, Xian Yao shouted and rushed out of the great heavenly cycle 8 trigrams formation. Now that he was a low-level supremacy incipient god realm expert, he could fly in outer space and was no longer afraid of the chaotic astral winds. You don't have to rush back. Let me ask you, what have you learned from the 8 trigrams formation? The youthful elder asked. Xian Yao thought for a moment and said, The Tao of array fear is 1, which can give birth to 2, 3, and 3 to all things. The great heavenly cycle formation is ever-changing, and it is the mother of all formations. Over the years, apart from studying various ancient formations with this old man, he had spent most of his time comprehending this ancient formation, which was known as the most ancient formation. He had already gained a lot of experience in his heart. The child-faced old man smiled with satisfaction and said, Good, very good. You are indeed worthy of being the genius of our witch clan. You have already inherited my mantle, but you are still a little lacking in terms of cultivation. In the future, the great responsibility of our witch clan returning to the world will fall on you. The Wu clan was one of the ancient races. They were the most proficient in formations, divination, Yi, and heaven's secrets. It was said that they peeped into heaven's secrets, but they were killed by lightning. No one would have thought that they had already lived in seclusion in outer space. The hundreds of people living on this land were the descendants of the Wu clan, and Xian Yao also had the bloodline of the Wu clan in his body. This was his true identity. Back then, he had followed Ling Shao from the Xianling continent. He had come to the heaven realm from the Xianling continent to borrow the luck of the Ling Shao dynasty. That was how he had experienced all kinds of things. The youthful elder in front of him was an ancestor-level figure of the Wu clan. He was a famous existence in the top 10 of the sovereign list in the heaven realm. His name was Fu Yi, and it was said that he was the descendant of the ancient giant god Fuxi. He had the divine formation that could rule the world and make ghosts and gods weep. "Old man, I'm afraid I can't take on such a big responsibility," Xian Yao said humbly. "If you can't take on such a big responsibility, our clan will have to live in this small place forever," Fu said. He paused for a moment before continuing, "Let's go. It's time for us to return to our homeland. We are needed there, and it's time for our Wu clan to return to the world. The things passed down by our ancestors cannot be broken." "Return to our homeland? Old man, do you mean the heaven realm?" Xian Yao asked. Fu Yi shook his head. "Not the heaven realm, but the Xianling continent." After saying that, he released his aura. A peerless aura rippled out, and the cross-shaped divine artifact behind him flew out. This divine artifact was the 10-directional divine annihilation left behind by the ancient giant god Fuxi. Fu Yi's divine power was added to the 10-directional divine annihilation, and it split into 4, falling toward the land hidden under the void. Rise. Fu Yi's divine power was like the heavens. He sent down waves of divine power, and at the same time, 88 beast cores of the 11th rank and above fell toward the 8 trigrams formation. Swoosh. Tens of thousands of divine lights spread out like the manifestation of chaotic air. It seemed like dragons and phoenixes were fighting, and the 8 trigrams were spinning rapidly. The land began to fly. Chapter 1728. As for the others, Ling Zhan and Cruel Leopard had reached incipient god realm. Di Yunfeng and Mad Tooth were at half-incipient god realm. Lone Eagle, Cold Snake, and Li Kuanghu had all reached king god realm. 51 years had passed and the rainy swamp mountain range had been transformed into a cultivation area. That was the reason why they had advised Ling Hongyu to give up waiting. "I know. It's his destiny. But he is an undying cockroach. Maybe he still has a chance to survive." Xian Yao answered. I didn't expect that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. We actually met Fu Yi." Ling Taichu glanced at the flying land and then looked back. Suddenly he laughed crazily. His speed could be compared to a supreme expert's flying speed for several days. All of this was because of Ling Zhao's death, and it had spurred them to cultivate madly. It caused them to think of the day when they could kill their way into the Devil Tiger dimension and fight to the death with the Devil Tiger clan. The Smiling Palace was also greatly affected by the changes of heaven and earth. More and more people had reached the Emperor level and even the Saint level. Those who had joined the Smiling Palace had reached an unprecedented peak. The Smiling Palace was even more famous than the Martial Spirit Pavilion. Ling Wudi looked in that direction with a puzzled face. But he sensed nothing. This is a flying space. It's really magical. I wonder who has this kind of power." Ling Wudi couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the land approaching from afar. The Heavenly Cycle 8 Trigrams formation is an ancient formation created by the ancestors of my clan. It is all-encompassing and can deduce tens of thousands of formations. You still have a long way to go. Fu Yi said faintly, and then he said, come out. Fu Yi smiled. If you understand one, you will understand 10,000. If you understand one, you will understand 10,000 formations. If you can help us restore our ancestral land to its former glory, I will do it without hesitation. It should be known that there were very few people who had the approval of the divine beasts. There was only one clan like the Kim people. Ling Hongyu did not reply. After a long while, he said faintly, "Sai, do I really have to destroy the Xianling continent? Let me think about it." A snow-white tiger beast appeared by Fu Yi's side. Its body was mighty and majestic, and its 4 limbs were strong and sturdy. Every time it moved, it would emit the might of a tiger. On its forehead, there was the word king, which was formed by the only black fur on its body. It exuded an incomparable aura of a king. That serene and fierce light, that deep fangs, and an overbearing and ferocious aura gave off a feeling that no one would approach it. Old man, you really have to think about it carefully. In terms of age, Fu Yi was also older than him. He was from the same generation as Ling Hongyu, so he deserved to be called Brother Fu Yi. Xian Yao almost fainted when he heard that. The heavenly spiritual qi here couldn't satisfy them, so they went to the outworld to cultivate. Of course, they didn't go far away from Xianling continent. It shouldn't be them. Let's go and have a look. Ling Taichu said and flew in the same direction with Ling Wudi. 51 years had passed, and everyone related to Ling Xiao had advanced by leaps and bounds. Especially his women, all of them had reached the God-King realm. None of them were weaker than the Holy Emperor. Some of them had even reached the incipient God realm. They were Yun Mingqi, Feng Xianyun, Yuro Fei, Yan Dai Jiao, Bing Ruoshui, and Dongfang Jing. Suddenly, a divine light flashed beside him, and the shadow of a beast appeared. Ling Taichu and Ling Wudi came to the Rain Luster Mountain range just to visit them. Soon, they arrived at the barrier that Ling Hongyu had set up. Ling Taichu and Ling Wudi were here to visit Ling Zhao's family. After Yan Dai Jiao was saved by Ling Xiao, she was brought by Ling Xiao to live with his women. Otherwise, with their cultivation, it would be amazing if they could reach the God-King realm. Xian Yao looked at the old man, wanting to ask for an explanation. But the old man was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed like an old monk. He didn't pay any attention to him. However, they had been searching for Fu Yi, but no one knew his whereabouts. The universe 8 trigrams formation enveloped the land, forming a powerful defensive formation that pushed all the turbulent astral winds to the sides. He had seen the white tiger several times. It looked like a female tiger, and its voice was also like a female's. That was why he had always called it Ant Tiger. He didn't expect it to be a male. Ling Taichu also said, "That's right. We've gathered all the God Realm formation masters, but none of them know how to set up the origin formation." He paused for a moment before continuing. Rumor has it that the witch tribe's old ancestor Fu Yi is the most likely divine formation master to set up the origin formation. Unfortunately, the witch tribe has long disappeared, and Fu Yi's whereabouts have been unknown for tens of thousands of years. Uncle, don't be stubborn, come out. The 10-directional heavens annihilation was divided into 4 parts. It seemed to have become the wings of this city-sized land, allowing it to fly at an extremely fast speed. "Little guy, do you want to be my child's wet nurse?" The white tiger replied as it chased after the flying land. Xian Yao looked at the white tiger, drooling. They didn't stop at the Xianling continent. They immediately rushed out of the domain and prepared to return to the heaven region. "Two friends, Kim people, how have you been?" Originally, she could have stayed young forever, but now her hair had turned white, and she looked broken. Her daughters-in-law were all anxious and sad. However, Meng Xiun was suffering from a mental illness. Even if they had heaven-defying divine items, they couldn't stop her aging. "Auntie, don't worry. I said that Palace Master has the fate of an immortal true dragon. No one can take his life away. Right now, he is only in a temporary predicament. Not long later he will definitely return to reunite with everyone." Xian Yao said in a flustered manner. "Good, good, with military advisor's words, I can rest assured. I know that Xiao is definitely still alive. He will return to our side." Meng Xiun smiled with tears in her eyes. It was unknown if she really believed Xian Yao's words or if she was deceiving herself. In short, her smile today was much happier than the others. One day passed. Xian Yao and everyone had a joyous reunion. Meanwhile, Fu Yi, Ling Taichu, Ling Wudi, and the others had more or less finished discussing the matters of the origin grand formation. Fu Yi could arrange all kinds of ancient formations, even the origin grand formation. The premise was that he had to find 9 incipient god realm masters of different attributes, 99 beast cores of different attributes, and all kinds of rare divine materials as the foundation. Only then could he arrange such a grand formation. Moreover, it would take a long time. It couldn't be completed in a few days or months. This kind of formation was no less complicated than the Great Heavenly Cycle 8 trigrams formation. It was estimated that it would take at least 10 years to complete. 10 years? This was definitely not a long time for Ling Hongyu, who had endured for more than 2,000 years. He could totally afford to wait. In order to complete the Origin Grand Formation as soon as possible, Ling Taichu personally went to the Outer Realm to search for all kinds of rare divine materials. Ling Wudi didn't stay idle either. He sent people to move his army in the Gold Supreme Space to Heaven region and search for divine materials together. Xian Yao and his grandfather, Fu Yi, began to travel all over the Xianling continent to find the most suitable formation eye. Then, they arranged the required formation patterns outside the Xianling continent. When the formation patterns were arranged and the divine materials were gathered, the Origin Grand Formation could be activated. The holes in the Xianling continent's enchantment would be repaired, and it would be revitalized once again. When that time came, the Xianling continent would only need a long time to expand its area, gather all kinds of origin energy, and restore its prestige as an ancient continent. Everyone was busy, and everything was carried out in an orderly manner. The Demon Tiger clan, the Thunder clan, and the Winged Men clan had been collecting territories in the Outer Realm. This caused their forces to expand and their fame to spread far and wide. They had never come to provoke Heaven region. No one knew if they were afraid of Ling Taichu and the Primordius Dragon, or if they were waiting for the right time to attack again. The stars moved, and the years overlapped. In an unknown void, there was an indescribable ball of divine light that flickered endlessly. At first, it was just like a cocoon of light, drifting to an unknown place. However, wherever it went, it constantly gathered the power of the wood element to increase its power. Gradually, it took the shape of a heart. This was not its final shape. Later on, it broke apart, like a small tree that had just sprouted, and bloomed with incomparable life force. This small tree had been attacked by countless chaotic astral winds and destroyed by many strange spaces in the past few decades. However, its life force never died, and it seemed to contain the most tenacious power. Every time it bent, it would stand up straight again. After going through countless storms, the small tree changed once again. It actually grew into the shape of a dragon, and its trunk was covered with golden scales, making it look quite strange and inexplicable. Not only that, the spaces it passed through were filled with destructive forces that could destroy everything. They could no longer cause any damage to the tree, and instead, they began to gather around it. The incomparably sharp power of metal, the vigorous power of wood, the melodious and majestic power of waves, the incomparably violent raging fire, the heavy power of earth, the raging power of wind that wreaked havoc in the world, the most terrifying power of thunder, the devil's cave that was filled with infinite darkness, and the divine power that contained infinite light. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, darkness, light, and the other 9 extreme powers were all absorbed by this small dragon-shaped tree, causing it to form a divine cocoon that dazzled the world. This divine cocoon was not very large at first, but as time flew, it gradually expanded and absorbed, causing it to condense into a space that contained the power of the 9 primordial powers. They reinforced and restrained each other, condensing into a chaotic world that also contained wind and thunder, forming the alternation of seasons. Yin and yang intersected, and the power of time was derived. It flickered between light and dark, just like the length of day and night. The various powers rumbled, and the various powers gathered to form the most primitive power of space in this world. Fortunately, there was no one near this space. Otherwise, they would definitely be shocked by this wondrous space, and they would even think that some heaven-defying divine item was contained within. The reality was that this primordial space was indeed undergoing a shocking change. The small dragon-shaped tree gradually transformed into a slender human figure. Its head, hands, body, and legs were slowly manifesting. The green cocoon light took a full 30 years to condense into a 9-colored primordial space, and then it took a full 20 years to finally form a human figure. This process seemed to take a long time, but for many cultivators, it was still relatively short. One day, several years later, an unknown top-level primordial beast approached this primordial space. It wanted to explore the mysteries of this place. Unfortunately, as soon as it approached this space, it was so frightened that it kept retreating. However, before it could retreat too far, a hand reached out from the primordial space and instantly grabbed this beast with over a dozen mountains. This hand was like a world of its own, capable of imprisoning and capturing everything. It was truly terrifying. The vicious beast roared with all its might. It wanted to break free from this hand, but no matter how hard it struggled, it was of no use. After a while, the hand let go, allowing the vicious beast to leave. The vicious beast didn't dare stay. It had long been scared out of its wits, and it wanted to scram as far as it could. The hand retracted and once again merged into the primordial space. The indistinct figure began to move. He sat down cross-legged like an old monk, sinking into a state of quiet contemplation, or perhaps meditation. The changes in this primordial space began to gather, expanding at a speed that was many times faster than before. Many of the strange spaces nearby seemed to have been swallowed by it, unable to cause any trouble. After an unknown amount of time, this primordial space finally stopped expanding. The space it occupied had reached a frightening level. Suddenly, all of the primordial space began to shrink, and the power of origin within billions of miles was swept away. A giant whirlpool suddenly appeared. This was like a natural disaster that couldn't be described with words. The moment the primordial space disappeared, the situation changed again. 9 world-shaking dragon cries roared out. 9 true dragon shadows broke through layer after layer of space, as if they were several tens of thousands of meters in length. They shot straight into the sky, breaking free from the restrictions of the heavens. It was an incomparably magnificent sight, incomparably shocking. When the dragon shadows dissipated, a young and handsome dignified figure appeared. He revealed a faint smile and faintly said, "Is this the eternal realm? It doesn't seem like much." The beast cores and divine materials in their hands shot towards the small formation eyes. Swoosh! Tens of thousands of light rays flashed in the starry sky, forming a beautiful meteor shower, causing the people of Xianling continent to exclaim in admiration. They all thought that it was a strange phenomenon from the sky and a holy object had appeared, so they all chased after the light. However, incipient God realm experts had set up the restrictions in the eyes of the formation. With their low competence, how could they find all the divine materials? The Origin Great Formation was being activated in an irregular manner, and the heaven domain was once again in danger. The 3 eternal gods, Jianghu, Lei Zhanyang, and Oslo, had joined hands again. They had sensed that Ling Taichu wasn't in the heaven domain, so they had chosen this time to attack. They planned to kill the primordious dragon first and then deal with Ling Taichu later. Fortunately, the distance between Xianling continent and the heaven domain wasn't very far. With Ling Taichu's speed, it was just a matter of a few blinks. When he rushed back to the heaven domain, he saw that the 3 eternal gods were already locked in battle with the primordious dragon. The earth-shaking sounds of collision were extremely terrifying. The energy that splashed out was so majestic that any incipient god realm expert would die instantly. The primordious dragon had spat out his dragon ball, so his power had increased to 300 times its limit. He shouldn't be at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 3. However, no one knew what kind of divine item Lei Zhanyang had obtained that could actually bind the primordious dragon so that it couldn't use its full power. It could only wait to be slaughtered. It was a huge net that contained boundless thunder and lightning. It wrapped around the primordious dragon and continuously attracted the most terrifying chaos heavenly lightning to attack it. Moreover, the net was shrinking so much that even the primordious dragon could not break free from it. Its body was already riddled with bloody wounds. The primordious dragon roared unceasingly, its body writhing unceasingly as it was attacked by 3 different kinds of energy. Many of its scales were splashed, and its dragon blood dyed the outer space red. Bastards, go to hell. Ling Taichu didn't expect the other party to come prepared. He rushed over from afar and attacked with the golden dragon altar mercilessly. Your opponent is me. Oslo smiled faintly and abandoned the primordious dragon. He waved the light scepter and charged at Ling Taichu. Oslo had a real eternal divine weapon, so he could fight against Ling Taichu. On the other side, Jiang Xiawang and Lei Zhanyang continued to grind down the primordious dragon. This time, they attacked again, which proved that they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. There wouldn't be a second chance, so they threw caution to the wind. Although he had used the formation to resist the Black Demon Tiger Emperor's attack, he was still struck by the Black Demon Tiger Emperor's powerful strength, causing him to vomit blood repeatedly. The gap between realms was not something that could be easily closed. Fu Yi did not back down. He produced a pill in his hand and swallowed it. Then he continued to control the land space formation to face the Black Demon Tiger Emperor. However, at this moment, a few terrifying spatial forces rushed over to this side. There were metal, lightning, darkness, and light, and they flickered with endless killing intent as they crisscrossed with each other. Ling Taichu intended to block 3 Eternal Realm experts by himself, which was almost impossible. Nefarious Jiang was the first to rush to the vicinity of the Black Demon Tiger clan. What are they doing? Jiang Xiaowang did not understand what was going on. Activate the origin formation immediately. Xian Yao and the others immediately shouted after inserting all the divine materials into the formation's eye. If they did not activate the formation now, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Xiu. When the origin continent was activated, billions of divine lights floated, and the formation patterns flickered with unimaginable vast power. The origin energy in the surrounding space instantly gathered towards the Xianling continent. Divine splendor flashed, and the power was pure and vast. The people of the Xianling continent were overjoyed, as if they had returned to heaven from hell. Many cultivators who were originally at a bottleneck suddenly felt this powerful force, causing them to break through at the same time. In addition, the spiritual beasts had also felt the changes in the world. Many of them had obtained the opportunity to advance, and they roared incessantly at the sky. The exotic flowers and herbs in the world were even more fragrant, and they seemed to be flourishing. Ling Taichu, Ling Wudi, Xian Yao, and the others all showed expressions of excitement. They had finally done it. With the activation of the origin formation, the Xianling continent would exist forever, and its power would only increase. However, a single voice completely obliterated their excitement. Is this the ancestral star of you Kim people? So it has already deteriorated to this stage. But you want to defy the heavens and restore it? What a pity, what a pity. Even if you have restored it today, we will make them disappear. Jiang Xiawang laughed maniacally. After that, he crossed his hands, and a bottomless black hole of demonic clouds suddenly appeared. He wanted to engulf the Xianling continent, completely crushing it into dust. Bastard, how dare you destroy the Xianling continent? Even if I have to die, I will destroy your demonic tiger dimension. Ling Taichu shouted anxiously, and then rushed towards Jiang Xiawang. Chapter 1732. Shao, back then when your father obtained your divine technique, I was already incomparably satisfied. All these years, I've been bitterly cultivating and roaming the world. I've already experienced the thrill of being an expert. Even if I die now, I can die in peace. The long spear in Ling Zhan's hand broke apart as he muttered to himself with a satisfied smile on his face. His divine body exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. Feng Xianyun also shouted, "Husband, you must be lonely on the road to hell. Yun-er is coming to keep you company." Her divine light was gone, and the dozens of Gu kings were all broken. Yun Mingqi commanded the black tortoise to resist with all its might. She wanted to save everyone, but the black tortoise screamed repeatedly. Its shell didn't explode, but its head was bleeding profusely. Yun Mingqi couldn't bear it and fell from the tortoise's back. "Husband, I will see you soon," Yun Mingqi said with a sad but beautiful smile. These people were all prepared to die, and the knot in their hearts was released at this moment. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was a beautiful and desolate scene. Just as the demonic palm was about to crush their heads and souls, a golden fist suddenly appeared above the Xianling continent. The golden fist was indestructible, and there was nothing it could not destroy. With the force of a thunderbolt, it collided with the demonic cloud black palm. Boom boom boom. The golden fist collided with the demonic palm, and the power exploded. The Xianling continent was almost destroyed, and many places were injured or killed. Fortunately, the Xianling continent was stabilized. "Who is it?" Jiang Xie Wang was startled. Other than Ling Taichu, who else would be able to block his attack that could destroy the world? "It's time for you to stop. Isn't it enough to kill so many people?" An old voice sounded. He was like the guardian of the Xianling continent. Divine light gathered and completely stabilized the Xianling continent. Suddenly, a skinny figure broke out from the ground, and in a flash, he was above the 9 heavens. The skinny figure only had a layer of skin and a layer of bones. His whole body was unkempt, but there was a golden glow around him. He was like an immortal god, and his aura was rising. "Old man!" Ling Wudi was the first to shout in surprise. Ling Taichu also hurriedly retreated and shouted, "Uncle, you broke through?" The person in front of them was undoubtedly Ling Hongyu, who had charged out from under the barrier. He had sacrificed his own power to protect the Xianling continent from destruction, but he had also paid a heavy price for it. His blood essence and power were almost depleted. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, Fu Yi, Shen Yao, and the others set up the Origin Great Formation and activated all kinds of origin power to fill the gap of the bounded domain. The 3 forces had yet to touch the Xianling continent, but they had already shaken the entire Xianling continent. Most of the living beings in the Earth realm had perished. This was a disaster, an apocalyptic massacre. "Whoever dares to destroy the Xianling continent, I will kill you all." A voice that hadn't been heard for a long time rang out. A figure that was emitting 9-colored divine light rushed out. A fist that contained 9 kinds of divine power, like a star suddenly appearing, bombarded the 3 spatial forces in a simple yet explosive manner. The 3 forces could not withstand the force of the blow, and in an instant, they all collapsed. The 3 figures retreated pathetically. A 9-colored divine light flashed and landed beside Ling Taichu and Ling Hongyu. 2 old ancestors, Shao, has returned to help you kill the enemy. Ling Shao, a legend of a generation that had fallen, had finally come back to life with the help of the undying heart that the tree of immortality had left for him. He had also completely understood the true meaning of the eternal God, and in just 50 to 60 years, he had successfully reached the true eternal realm. Ling Hongyu could not reform his physical body, but when he saw Ling Zhao's shocking return and the satisfied smile on his face, his divine soul was about to be destroyed with the wind. Ling Taichu, on the other hand, was holding on with his injuries. Shao, you have reached the eternal realm? That's great, he can die in peace." Ling Shao looked at the 2 old ancestors who were almost dead, and his anger began to burn. The golden light and green light in his hands shone brightly, and they shrouded the 2 old ancestors. "2 old ancestors, with me here, none of you will die." Ling Shao used 2 types of energy to infuse them, and he forced a lot of blood essence to fall on their bodies. Suddenly, a majestic energy caused Ling Hongyu and Ling Taichu's life force to be reignited. Ling Zhao's spirit was actually 9-colored, and his body had undergone an unbelievable change. Damn it, it's that little bastard. He's actually not dead. Jiang Shiwang shouted when he saw Ling Xiao. Previously, the Black Demon Tiger King had clearly killed Ling Xiao, but now he had reappeared, which was unbelievable to him. He has already reached that stage. One clan has 3 eternal gods, and today we must kill them all, or the universe will belong to them. Lei Zhanyang said with a solemn expression. Oslo also said fiercely, kill them all. They had no other choice. If they did not kill these people today, they would be wiped out in the future. The 3 eternal gods once again turned into a space, and 3 different types of spatial energy rushed towards Ling Xiao. Xiao, you go and wipe out their 9 clans in the future? Ling Taichu was worried that Ling Xiao would not be able to defeat them, and he shouted. Ling Hongyu wanted to say something, but he could not. Instead, he focused on refining the energy that Ling Xiao had transferred to him, hoping to recover his combat power as soon as possible. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of clowns. I'll kill them like dogs today. Ling Xiao spoke with a domineering aura that looked down on the world. His 9-colored divine light flashed, and a 9-colored space expanded, instantly blocking the Xianling continent behind it. At the same time, it faced the 3 different types of spatial energy. Boom boom boom. The 3 destructive spatial energies attacked wildly, but when they fell into the 9-colored space, they were completely melted and could not do anything. At the same time, 9 dragons rushed out of the 9-colored space, forming groups of 3, and rushed towards the 3 of them. What kind of spatial energy is this? It can actually block all of our attacks? Jiang Shiwang shouted in panic. Lei Zhanyang and Oslo were equally shocked, but they did not have time to think, and they all rushed towards the dragons. Ling Xiao only glanced at the battle over there. His real body didn't join in. His eyes were filled with disdain. After a while, Ling Hongyu finally reformed his body and said, Xiao, hold on for a while, and I will go with you to destroy them. Ling Taichu also said, Xiao, hold on for a while, and I will go with you to destroy them. Ancestors, rest in peace, I will take care of them. Ling Xiao said, stopped his blood essence, and took a step forward. As he moved, the 9-colored space immediately converged towards him, and only the 9 dragons were still entangled with the 3 eternal gods. You bullied my people, destroyed my ancestral land. Today, none of you can leave. Ling Xiao shouted, his voice full of killing intent. His voice reverberated across the world. Even the people of the Xianling continent heard it. That's my husband's voice. He really came back? Yun Mingqi, who was heavily injured on the back of the black tortoise, said in disbelief. Really, my husband, he must have come back. I knew he was not dead. Feng Xianyun, who was on the verge of death, cried out in joy. Xiao, I heard his voice. He came back to save us. Meng Xiyun hugged Ling Zhan's broken body and cried. Boss is back. That's great. Those bastards' doomsday is here. Yi Yunfeng laughed madly. I knew that the palace lord was born with an undying cockroach. He wouldn't die so easily. Xian Yao smiled. Ling Zhao's family members who were still alive were all extremely excited. In the outer realm, Jiang Shiwang struggled to disperse the 3 dragons' cheese and shouted at Ling Xiao. Brat, even if you come back to life, I will make you die again today. Jiang Shiwang angrily struck out a demonic palm, wanting to destroy Ling Xiao in one strike. Do you think you're qualified? Ling Xiao said faintly, and also sent out a palm strike. This palm flashed with 9-colored divine light, as if 9 different dimensions appeared at the same time. The power was incomparably terrifying, 9 times more terrifying than Jiang Shiwang's palm. Jiang Shiwang's palm was destroyed, but Ling Zhao's 9-colored divine palm did not lose any of its power, continuing to strike at Jiang Shiwang. Impossible! Jiang Shiwang was scared out of his wits. He quickly retreated. You can't escape. Ling Xiao said, The nine-colored divine palm's speed became even faster. In the blink of an eye, it grabbed Jiang Xiawang angrily. "You too, help me kill him." Jiang Xiawang used all his strength to destroy this palm, but it was all in vain. He was like an ant, grabbed by Ling Xiao with one hand and pulled back. Lei Zhanyang and Oslo each used their full strength, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. The two different spatial powers exploded to the extreme. Ling Xiao's other hand struck out, smashing the two dimensions into dust. The two were heavily injured and vomiting blood. Devil Tiger Clan, the culprit of all this is you, die. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Jiang Xiawang. The power in his palm increased, crushing Jiang Xiawang's bones, blood splattering everywhere. "Ah, don't kill me. I am willing to submit." Jiang Xiawang struggled with all his strength, but it was all in vain. He could only beg for mercy. "Too late," Ling Xiao said as he condensed the power of his nine-colored divine palm. Bang! Jiang Xiawang was immediately crushed to pieces. Drops of divine blood floated down. At the same time, the divine blood turned into many Jiang Xiawang, fleeing in all directions. The eternal god could be reborn from a drop of blood. Jiang Xiawang was not completely destroyed. However, Ling Xiao did not give him the chance. His palm sucked. A powerful sealing power suppressed all of Jiang Xiawang's avatars. The surging fire immediately burned them. Jiang Xiawang was burned to the point that he was better off dead than alive. He screamed and begged for mercy. They cut through the vast sky and tore apart the light of Oslo's scepter. Blood and flesh splattered all over Oslo's body, and he cried out in shock, "How can you have so many attributes?" The nine-colored divine light simply surpassed the primordial divine light of the five elements, and it contained a terrifying primordial power. "I'm truly eternal, and you guys are just fake eternal. You guys don't understand the true meaning of eternity." Ling Xiao explained and did not waste any more words with Oslo. The power of light gathered on his fist, and he struck out one white dragon after another. This power caused the sky to tremble, and countless spaces were pierced through. Layer after layer of cracks were completely obliterated. Oslo was able to block at first, but Ling Xiao's punches became faster and faster, and the power of his punches grew stronger. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger cracked, and the scepter of light flew out of his hand. "Without this divine weapon, what other tricks do you have? Birdman, it's time for you to die." Ling Xiao cursed. He closed in on Oslo, grabbed Oslo's wings, and tore them apart. Arg! Oslo's wings, which were like divine weapons of eternity, were actually broken by Ling Xiao. Oslo's other wing flapped, and countless feathers attacked Ling Xiao, wanting to cut Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces. However, Ling Xiao only freed one hand and punched out thousands of times, directly shattering all the feathers. Not only that, Ling Xiao suddenly roared, "Roar!" He was like an ancient dragon that had come into being, and the terrifying dragon roar directly shattered Oslo's divine body into pieces. "You killed my primal chaos thunder dragon, and this is payback for it." Ling Xiao shouted and attacked again, imprisoning all of Oslo's limbs and blood essence. He would not give him the slightest chance to escape. Oslo quickly regenerated, and his hands formed a seal to unleash boundless power. However, he was just struggling on his deathbed. Ling Xiao's punches were boundless, and his strength was more than 9 times stronger than Oslo's. He directly smashed Oslo into pieces again. Lei Zhanyang and Oslo were completely ground into pieces under Ling Xiao's boundless power. Even their spatial powers were melted by Ling Xiao's 9-colored space. Including Jiang Xiawang, the 3 eternal gods had become the dust of history. Ling Xiao merged into one, and his black hair and divine robes fluttered in the wind. His majestic appearance was like the reappearance of the overlord of the heavens. It was hard to describe how extraordinary he was at this moment. Ling Hongyu and Ling Taichu looked at the mighty Ling Xiao in shock. They were all extraordinary heroes, but when faced with the encirclement of 3 eternal gods, their hearts were strong, but they were powerless. But Ling Xiao had killed them with a wave of his hand. How terrifying and invincible was his combat ability?